Thank you for being here, everyone. Welcome. We're going to go ahead and get started. Dr. Benitez.
Will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are meeting together tonight, but broadcasting remotely, and welcome all those who are participating by watching through YouTube. As a reminder, we welcome public comment and have provided a mechanism for you to make public comment by leaving voice messages to be played to the board and the public during our broadcast. If you wish to speak at a future meeting, please go to our public participation page on www.lbschools.net, which will give you more information about how to give public comment. As a reminder, in conformance with the Brown Act, when we hear testimony on an item that is not listed on the agenda, a full discussion of that topic would have to be delayed until such time as the item can be publicly posted in advance as a regular agenda item. The board has been meeting in closed session regarding matters listed on today's closed session agenda and wishes to report that in closed session today, the board approved the following. 1, a retirement agreement and general release with a permanent certificated teacher, resolving all claims between the parties and providing consideration. And 2, a settlement agreement and release of claims in a matter with a contractor, the terms of which provide the consideration and release of all claims. Both votes were unanimous, with all 5 members participating in the votes. And I should mention that tonight, some of us are wearing masks and some of us are not. For some of us, we have people at home that are not vaccinated yet, and some of us are going home to a house full of completely vaccinated people. Maybe these factors and more go into our personal decisions on whether we wear a mask or not. Let's see. Public hearing, we have none. Agenda items for separate action.
Move approval?
Second.
Discussion. All in favor by roll call vote. Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto? Aye. Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstention, that motion passes unanimously. Approval of minutes.
Move to approve?
Second?
Discussion?
Just a point of order, are we both voting on both minutes together?
Yes, we are voting on the minutes from the last meeting in May and the June, I think it's the 2nd? June 2nd meeting, yes. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. And that's okay legally to do that? Okay.
It is. Okay, so any further discussion? All right, all in favor with a roll call vote. Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye?
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that vote passes unanimously. We don't have a student board member, so we will have no introduction. That is a sad part of our agenda. Communications, let's start with Long Beach Council PTA and the current Long Beach Council PTA President, Ms. Erica Dawson. Yay!
How about a microphone? Well, I'm just going to start with that one as a silly. I've not been at a podium since March of 2020 at our last unit president's meeting, so this is great. As Ms. Craig had said, I am the outgoing president of Long Beach Council PTA. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm thrilled to be here in person, as I'm sure many others are as well. For those that may not know who we are, Long Beach Council PTA serves as support, mentor, trainers, and more to the 40-plus units at schools in the Long Beach Unified School District. We have a strong leadership team that mentor the volunteer PTA presidents so they can run their PTAs well-informed. Membership for this school year in our council is right around 7,800 members, consisting of parents, teachers, administrators, students, and all supporters of children. When at their school, PTA officers and members advocate for all of the children in their school, not just the members. At Council PTA, we advocate for all the children in our community. We have had a seat at the table at our district, state, and national PTA efforts to serve all children. The motto for PTA is every child, one voice. I want to thank the district for including us as a stakeholder among many in this year's Superintendent Advisory Committee for Dr. Baker's first year. It was a great experience. Being able to meet and get to know others was wonderful. We were able to start a new DEI committee this year, which has members of PTA from all walks of life. They created a booklet to help our unit's PTAs create committees of their own to further the work of PTA through a diverse, equitable lens. Many of our units jumped at the chance and have seen great success in their efforts. The committee was asked to run our 33rd District PTA annual conference in March, and thousands have viewed that presentation around the country. Our PTA units were very busy this school year, from holding virtual meetings, parent education, organizing reverse drive-through parades, virtual book fairs, talent shows, nature hunts, chalking the school walkways as an encouragement to the teachers and staff and then the students when they returned. And many units participated in the National PTA Reflections Art Program. 395 entries were submitted to this program, where 27 of those entries advanced from our council PTA up to district, and 4 of those advanced to California State PTA. One of those entries earned a second place award of merit at our state level, 4th grader Julian Purcell from Naples Bayside Academy. And a link to all those amazing art is created on our website and social media. Our PTA council held all of our meetings this year via Zoom, as much as everything happened that way this school year. We were able to hold our presidents and principals meeting, bringing that back in May with collaboration from Dr. Baker and the assistant superintendents. Our reflection celebration in April it was held in April, virtually, where we unveiled our Art Steps gallery for all to enjoy the creative pieces that the students shared on the theme, I Matter Because. I invite you all to view and be uplifted by these talented artists. We continue to partner with the Bethune Transitional Center by holding school supply and hygiene and gift card drives to support some of the most vulnerable students attending LBUSD schools. This past year, that need has been great, and we are thankful to all who was able to contribute. We were able to award high school scholarships, as did many of our high school PTSAs, and awarded our Long Beach Council Teacher of the Year to Patrick Galogli from Poly High School. I want to publicly acknowledge to all of the PTA officers, committee folks, volunteers at the schools for continuing to show up, to pivot in what has been not a normal PTA year, to change PTA to a virtual way. We are a partnership with school, a bridge. We can be a bridge between school, family, and the community. And to all of the other parent groups on the school campuses, thank you for continuing to show up and support for the kids. As part of our nonprofit requirements, we are required to collect volunteer hours annually. With 38 of our units reporting and adding all of the folks on council hours, we are pleased to report that PTA units in the Long Beach Unified Schools have logged 78,215 hours of service to our school community. That equates to a dollar figure of $2,127,448 in time donated to LBUSD. My time is ending next week on June 30th as president of Long Beach Council PTA. I have learned so much these past 2 years and have been very thankful to serve my community. Andrea Wader, She wished to be here tonight, but that wasn't possible. But she is our new council president as of July 1, and she's ready to serve, guide, and lead a team of helpers to support all of our units. Thank you for your time. Have a great summer.
Erica, thank you very much. I know that you have been president during this time of pivoting from being in person to Zoom meetings, and you did that seamlessly and beautifully. So thank you for your service to the district and especially to our students. Next on our agenda, we have Special Education Community Advisory Committee recommendations. So Dr. Simon, I'll hand that over to you.
Well, thank you, Madam President, Craighead, members of the board, Superintendent Baker. I present to you the recommendations and local plan subcommittee of the LBUSD Special Education Community Advisory Committee, better known as CAC, who will present recommendations for your consideration. The presentation will begin with outgoing president. She likes when I say that. Robin Werkerly, who will introduce the other presenters for today. Now introduce Robin.
Thank you. I very much like Erica have a little bit of senioritis. Very happy to be the outgoing of anything. So I just wanted to thank you, board members, Dr. Baker, Dr. Brown, Dr. Simon, and district staff. My name is Robin Weckerly, and I am the proud outgoing chairperson of the CAC. And I want to thank you for including us on the agenda tonight, ensuring that our group is heard, in the last school board meeting of this global pandemic. This group has met for months, creating these recommendations from feedback from our CAC community. And the biggest lesson I learned this year is we cannot have equity without language access. You cannot participate and engage without language access. Not language access policy, actual language access. Our presentation is an example of true participation and engagement because our parents are speaking in their own language. And translation and interpretation might seem challenging, but the value is immeasurable, as I hope you will see tonight. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Magda Armstead, parent of a 6-year-old boy with ASD in the system. More than 11,000 students in the district are part of special education. The Special Education Community Advisory Committee advocates for their and their families. These are some of their stories. So first we have Silvia.
Sylvia's on Zoom.
Okay.
Hola, ¿sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Ok, gracias. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Silvia Cadena, madre de 2 estudiantes en el distrito de Long Beach, uno de ellos en educación especial. En esta ocasión me gustaría compartir con ustedes algo de sumamente importancia y de necesidad en nuestra cultura latina, donde su primer lenguaje no es el inglés. Esto es la traducción, la interpretación durante los IEPs y la comunicación en las juntas de padres y en el plantel escolar. En mi experiencia personal, desde que mi estudiante estaba en 3er grado, he tenido esta dificultad para atender a las reuniones de mi hijo, tener la comunicación con el equipo y la traducción en los documentos que tengo que firmar y que tengo que comprender. Esto es en todas las escuelas que he asistido mi hijo, causando frustración, desesperación y lo más importante en algunos casos, que los servicios de mi estudiante se atrasan. Nos sentimos preocupados, presionados en algunas ocasiones, ya que el equipo de los IEPs nos dan un ultimato en escoger si aceptamos que un personal de la escuela traduzca las reuniones o que esperemos hasta que el distrito tenga disponible, que esto atrasa y llega a retrasar las juntas de IEP hasta 6 veces. Tenemos que tener un cambio. Esto no es justo para nosotros ni para los estudiantes. Gracias.
Translation will be provided. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sylvia, mother of a student in special education. This afternoon, I would like to share with you something that is constantly happening with families in the special education and that directly impacts the education of students in many aspects. This is interpretation and translation of IEPs and communication with families in the Hispanic community. This has been affecting my personal experience for a long time since my student was on 3rd grade. The district has not had interpreters available for meetings, which affects so that my meetings are sometimes not on time. That the parent feels intimidated and frustrated, told to be canceled until they have one, or accepting that a staff member of the school interprets, and most importantly, that the parent does not feel sure of what is being said. If it's necessary to change, add, or remove something, I need to know in advance. It is not fair to wait until the meeting time. So now we have Leticia Arbaiza. English translation will be provided after.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Leticia Arbaiza. Soy madre de 2 estudiantes en el distrito de Long Beach. Uno en la elementaria Tincher en 4º grado con IEP y una joven en la preparatoria Poli en el grado 10. Cuando mi hijo con IEP estaba en kinder en la elementaria Emerson, tuve una situación bien desagradable porque en una reunión que yo había solicitado intérprete, me dijeron que el distrito no tenía intérpretes disponibles y la directora dijo que ellos iban a interpretar. Entonces yo dije, está bien, ya que era una junta muy importante para mi hijo, pero yo llevé una amiga que habla los 2 idiomas. Comenzó la junta, pero mi amiga dijo, disculpe, pero usted no está interpretando bien. Deja, yo traduzco. Y por supuesto se molestaron y desde ese día comenzó una situación bien difícil que al final tomé la decisión de mover a mi hijo de escuela porque me sentí frustrada, amenazada, intimidada y con mucho miedo a represalias. Desde esa fecha, debido a todo ese estrés de tantas cosas que surgieron, que yo quedé con una enfermedad. Pero de esa experiencia aprendí mucho, porque si no hay intérpretes, cancelo las juntas y en las invitaciones pongo una nota que dice, necesito intérprete y más tiempo para mi junta, porque estarán traduciendo en mi idioma. Y también pido un borrador de IEP por lo menos 24 horas antes de la hora de mi junta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Leti. Translation. My name is Leticia Arbaiza. I'm the mother of 2 students in the Long Beach district, one in 4th grade at Teacher Elementary with an IEP, and a girl on 10th grade at Poly High School. When my son with IEP was in kindergarten at Emerson Elementary, I had a very unpleasant situation because in a meeting, they told me that they were not going to have interpretation because the district did not have interpreters available and the principal was going to be the interpreter. So I say, okay. Now, I thought she would interpret well, but still, I brought a friend who speaks both languages. The meeting began, but then my friend said to her, excuse me, but you're not interpreting well. Let me translate. And of course, they got very upset. And from that day forward, a very difficult situation began. In the end, I made a decision to move my son out of that school because I felt frustrated, threatened, and afraid of retaliation. Due to the stress of so many meetings and very unpleasant situation that occurred after that, I was left with an illness. But I learned a lot from that experience because if there is no interpreter, I cancel the meetings and I put a note on the IP invitation that says, I need an interpreter and more time for my meetings since it will be translated. And I ask for the draft IP at least 24 hours in advance. Which brings us to the recommendation number 1. Create a district policy on interpretations for IEP meetings. Interpreters for families should come from an independent agency to ensure lack of bias. The interpreters should be trained on the language of the IEP to ensure clarity. Interpreter signature should also be required, and it should be indicated on the IEP whether the interpreter is a regular staff of the district, a district interpreter, or an independent interpreter. This will allow the district to collect data and on the need for language services and improve quality of services. So now we have Lilia Ocampo.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Lilia Ocampo. Soy madre de 2 hijos en el distrito y uno de ellos recibe servicios de educación especial. Así que estoy aquí para contar mi experiencia. Para empezar, mi hijo no se sentía cómodo con la maestra de RSP porque no había comunicación apropiada, lo que pude observar más de cerca durante la educación en línea. La forma en que ella se dirigía a él estaba causando estrés y ansiedad. Y anteriormente, al cierre de las escuelas, también había habido incidentes que me llevaron a pedir el cambio de maestra. En esa ocasión lo obtuvimos y durante ese transcurso del año escolar, pero para el 2021 nos regresaron con la misma maestra y no hemos podido tener otra por ahora. Mi hijo estuvo trabajando con la Instructional Aid porque consideré que era lo mejor para él. Por otra parte, me gustaría que el equipo de IEP reconozca las necesidades del estudiante como tal y no como problemas sin solución, y que recomienden los apoyos necesarios, ya que las dificultades que los estudiantes tienen necesitan apoyos que les ayuden a sobrepasar sus dificultades, no etiquetas que los estanquen y no les permitan avanzar.
Translation. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Lilia Ocampo. I am the mother of 2 children in this district, and one of them receives special education services. So I'm here to tell you about my experience. To begin with, my son did not feel comfortable with his RSP teacher because there was no proper communication, which I was able to observe most closely now during online education. The way she addressed him was causing stress and anxiety, and prior to the closure of the schools, there were also incidents that led me to request a change of teacher. On that occasion, we obtained it for that school year. But for 2021, they returned us to the same teacher and have not been able to have another one for my son. He is working with an instructional aid because I consider it was the best for him. On the other hand, I would like the IEP to recognize the needs of the students, if not as an unsolvable situation, but recommend the necessary supports. Since the difficulties with students, he needs supports that help them overcome these difficulties, not labels that stagnate them and prevent them from moving forward. So this is recommendation number 2. Rethink the way we do IEP meetings in the district. Create district-wide guidelines that support relationship building between families and school teams. This is the exact same recommendation that was made to the school board in 2019. We will continue to make this recommendation until guidelines are implemented. So these are the suggestions for best practices on IEPs. 1. Provide all reports and assessments to families prior to the IEP meeting in their own language. Families should have time to read and process all reports prior to the IEP to ensure full participation and understanding. 2, parents are the experts on their child. Their input should be valued just as much as any other member of the IEP team. 3, take the pressure off the families to sign the IEP document in the room. It is okay for parents to take the documents home and fully digest it before agreeing to sign it. Now, imagine that one day the student will read the IEP and all reports written about them. Is the language respectful? Does the plan honor the child? Does this document truly represent what the student is capable of? So now we have Katie.
My name is Katie Gonzalez, and I am the proud mother of a 4th grader with autism and ADHD. My first experience with assessments was when Anthony was in preschool. At 4 years old, the teacher recommended a speech assessment since Anthony was speech delayed and many people could not understand him. After the assessment, I was told that Anthony did not qualify for services as he did not test low enough. I was shocked he did not qualify, but I didn't fight it as I wanted to trust the experts. In 2016, Anthony started kindergarten, where his teacher suspected problems with speech. That year, he had an informal assessment by the speech therapist, observing Anthony in class, but still no services. The intervention that was offered at the end of the year was retention. I still regret that I allowed that to be the intervention and did not advocate hard enough for services my son clearly needed. However, I need to forgive myself, as no one is given a guide on how to be a mom, let alone a mother of a child with disabilities. Second year of kindergarten, in December 2017, Anthony finally met eligibility criteria for speech and language intervention support services, and he finally got his IEP. I'm thinking things should get easier, right? Since day one of school, Anthony has always struggled with phonics and reading. Although I mentioned this frequently and the staff validated these concerns, no assessment was offered in first grade until I got an outside assessment through Harbor Regional Center, and my son was diagnosed with autism and ADHD. I was then told by the principal that they could not accept an outside assessment, as the school needed to perform their own. My reaction was, I had no idea you did these assessments, as this was never offered for my son. In the end of first grade, Anthony finally qualified for RSP for reading intervention. Anthony still struggles with reading and writing, which has become worse during the pandemic. At age 9, my son calls himself dumb and tells me if he is afraid to fail when he is asked to do a challenging task such as reading. We do not talk this way at home, but he already knows what it feels like to fail, which is affecting his self-esteem and is a barrier for him to learn. This past November, we had his triennial, and my son was offered counseling services, which was recommended by his RSP teacher and school psychologist to help him develop a growth mindset. Counseling is being paid for by the district, which I appreciate tremendously, as this is the first time a service has been offered for my son that I didn't have to ask or fight for. Our school psychologist also wants to test Anthony for dyslexia. However, in November during the triennial, I was told we would need to wait until in-person learning occurs. Now the kids are back on campus, and I was told it most likely will not happen until the fall, which is a year later after my initial request, due to many kids in the district that still need their initial assessments. I'm happy to report that after I wrote an email that included a district administrator and presented this recommendation at CAC, Anthony is currently being assessed for dyslexia. As a registered nurse, it is clear to me that the district needs to hire more people such as school psychologists and other experts to provide critical support to families in crisis and also help with educational interventions. Being told to wait a whole year for another assessment is not reasonable and would violate my son's right of having a free, appropriate public education. If the district is unable to complete these assessments in a timely manner, then the district should be open to pay for an outside assessment. Under no circumstances should these assessments be delayed. You need an assessment to get services. It shouldn't take standing here presenting to the board to get help for my son. I'm not looking forward to the stress and trauma of enduring another full assessment, but my son needs support now.
Thank you, Katie. So this is recommendation 3. Put clear protocols in place for parents on the process of assessments and what assessments are available, and the timeline of an IEP. Clearly explain when outside assessments are allowed to be used. Provide a timeline of how the backlog of assessments is going to be addressed. Provide a hiring plan for more school psychologists and therapists that give parents and teachers a clear explanation of how quickly the district is going to address the urgency of the needs for assessments and services. So now we have Nubia.
Buenas tardes, me llamo Nubia Flores. Soy madre de un estudiante en 6º grado. Hemos escuchado que existen 11,000 estudiantes con IEPs en este distrito escolar. Estudiantes identificados con discapacidades. Sin embargo, cuando el distrito presenta sobre las brechas de rendimiento, los niveles de graduación y los estudiantes rumbo al colegio, públicamente ante la mesa directiva, nuestros estudiantes no son identificados en la información. Si en este momento el distrito está trabajando para hacer un borrador de póliza de equidad, debe de incluir a los estudiantes con discapacidades. En este momento, el distrito incluye en su meta de equidad. Nuestro trabajo está dirigido en la consideración de aquellos que no son incluidos en las prácticas tradicionales escolares y de operaciones. Como miembro del CAC y el equipo de equidad y una madre de este distrito, de un estudiante con discapacidad, yo estoy al lado de estos padres que también pertenecen a un grupo que ha estado excluido de prácticas tradicionales escolares. Gracias.
Translation. We have heard that there are 11,000 students with IEPs in the school district. Students identify with disabilities. However, when the district presents metrics on achievement gaps, graduation levels, and students on their way to college publicly before the board, our students are not identified on this information. If at the time the district is working on an equity policy, it should include students with disabilities. At this time, the district includes in its equity goal, which is, our work is directed towards considering those who are not included in traditional school and operation practices. As a member of the CIC, the equity team, and a district parent of a child with a disability, I stand alongside those parents who also belong to a group that has been excluded from traditional services. So this brings us to recommendation number 4. The equity policy must include students with disabilities. We ask that the district conduct and publicly present a thorough audit of all the data collected on students with disabilities. How is the data measured? What is the metric used to decide retention for all students with disabilities? What is the percentage of the students who are in SDC classes who transition to general education? When our kids are left out of the metrics to determine the district's success, it says that our kids are not being valued. From our lived experience, we feel that the data will show that students are not being set up for success. So now we have Alejandra Mejía.
Hola, mi nombre es Alejandra Mejía. Soy mamá de una niña con parálisis cerebral. En el año 2006 fue colocada en un salón de clase especial. Pasó 4 años siendo una estudiante en un salón de educación especial sin avances notorios. Yo siempre supuse que necesitaba una colocación diferente y me costó mucho trabajo cambiarla al ambiente menos restrictivo, debido a que los niños de educación especial reciben una educación individualizada en su IEP. Ellos no califican para intervención y servicios relacionados como apoyo y tutoría después de escuela. como todos los demás. Yo sabía que todos los niños que reciben intervención tienen avances, ya que mi hijo menor había podido recibir intervención y le había ayudado al grado de estar en clase avanzada. Así que para mi hija en educación especial, yo tenía que pagar un tutor, pero eso era imposible porque mi familia es de bajos recursos. Yo tuve que descuidar a mis hijos y buscar un trabajo donde ganaría el mínimo para poder pagar un tutor. Yo tenía que pagar el tutor que ganaba $30 por hora, pero gracias a la tutoría que ha recibido mi hija, ahora ella es una estudiante del 11 grado en la escuela Brownie, en una clase regular con un GPA de 3.28, casi lista para aplicar a una universidad. Gracias.
Now we have Juliana Martinez. Oh, sorry, I'm going to translate this one. Apologies. Translating for Alejandra. Hello, my name is Alejandra Mejia. I am the mother of a girl with cerebral palsy. In 2006, she was placed on a special education classroom. She spent 4 years as a student in a special education classroom without any noticeable progress. I always knew that I needed a different placement, and it took a lot of work to move her into the least restrictive environment. Because children in special education receive individualized education in their IEP, they do not qualify for intervention and support services such as after-school tutoring like everyone else. I knew that all children who receive intervention have progress, since my youngest son had been able to receive this intervention and it had helped him to the degree of being in an advanced class. So for my daughter in special education, I had to pay for a tutor on my own. That was impossible because my family is low income. I had to neglect my children and look for a job where I earned the minimum wage to be able to pay for a tutor. I had to pay the tutor, and he was making $30 an hour. But thanks to the tutoring my daughter has received, she is now an 11th grader at Browning School in a regular class with a 3.28 GPA, almost ready to apply for college. So now we have Juliana Martinez.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Juliana Martínez. Tengo 3 estudiantes en el distrito de Long Beach, uno en Franklin, uno en Washington y uno en Roosevelt. Yo vengo como madre que aboga por padres, representando a los que hablamos hispanos, monolingües y también a los que hablamos el dialecto indígena. Una de las preocupaciones de los padres de la comunidad latina es que los estudiantes reprueban los grados sin la notificación a tiempo para ayudarlos en tutoría. No se notifica a los padres con anticipación de que los estudiantes están en bajo nivel de grado académico. Yo, al igual que otros padres, siempre hemos solicitado evaluación de lectura dentro de la junta del IEP. La respuesta siempre ha sido que este programa o este servicio no está disponible para nuestros estudiantes con discapacidades. Lo que dicen los administradores es por la razón de que los estudiantes tienen un IEP para cubrir sus necesidades, pero no se les ofrece los recursos necesarios para ayudar a nuestros estudiantes con la lectura. Yo abogué mucho para que mi hijo recibiera los servicios de tutoría y no fue fácil. Hice juntas, correos electrónicos, llamadas. Mi hijo recibió esos servicios gracias a mi abogacía. No debería de ser tan difícil de que nuestros hijos reciban esta ayuda. Todos los estudiantes con discapacidades merecen esta oportunidad de tutoría. Gracias.
Thank you, Juliana. Translation. Good afternoon. My name is Juliana Martinez. I have 3 students in the Long Beach district, one in Franklin, one in Washington, one in Roosevelt. I come as a mother and advocate for parents representing those monolingual Hispanic and also those who speak indigenous dialects. One of the concerns of parents in the Latino community is that students fail if timely notification that students are below grade is not given in advance to assist them in tutoring. I, like other parents, have always requested a reading assessment within the IEP meeting. The response has been that this program or this service is not available to students with disabilities. What administrators say is our students who have an IEP to meet their needs, but are not offered the necessary resources to help students with reading. I advocated a lot for my son to receive tutoring services, and it has not been easy. I did meetings, emails, calls. My son received those services thanks to my advocacy. It should not be so difficult for our children to receive this help. All students with disabilities deserve the opportunity for tutoring. So this brings us to our last recommendation, number 5. Offer at promise intervention to students with disabilities. All students should have access to tutoring and reading interventions. The district received money from the CARES Act to support students with learning loss. How many students with disabilities will be getting these services? So this concludes our CAC recommendations. We want to thank the board and the district for your time and openness to feedback. We are also very grateful to the parents and the subcommittees and every member sharing their story and suggestions. It is a labor of love and sometimes of desperation, and we hope it helps our students to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here tonight. Rob and I will extend the same gratitude to you for staying in your position of service, even during this time of having to go virtually. I know that it wasn't always comfortable. That's not what you set out to do, but you did it. You were at times even expressing the fact that you weren't comfortable in that arena, but you did it and you persevered, so thank you very much for your service.
Thank you so much. That means a lot. And I just wanted to, most of the people speaking today are on the new CAC board. So you're going to be seeing a lot of them. And I told them that you guys are all CAC fans. So, I mean, it's going to be great. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you to all the parents that came out. You advocate not only on behalf of your own children, but because you are part of this group, you are advocating on behalf of all children. So thank you for that.
Madam President, do we have a minute for a few just acknowledgements of the presentation?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Thank you. I'll share it in English. I just want to share a couple lines in Spanish first. Primeramente las quería felicitar a todas por la valentía que demostraron hoy en la presentación de sus recomendaciones y de compartir sus testimonios del distrito. Mi primer idioma tampoco no es inglés y el de mis padres no es inglés, así es que para mí es una conexión muy importante en entendernos, pero también comunicarnos, en verdad, en ese entendimiento. Así es que gracias por eso. So I'll share my comments in English. I just wanted to thank the CAC members here today for the courage in sharing these recommendations, but also in providing testimony in their preferred language. And I shared also that English is not my first language, nor is it my family's first language. And the importance that has, not just in terms of presenting, but in genuinely communicating with each other. So I thank them for that. The piece that I do want to acknowledge here is we passed an inclusion resolution a couple of years ago, in large part because of the efforts of CAC, right? So I really want to thank you, because at that time, if some of you were around for that presentation, one of the things I asked of you was, this is great. These words are important for many reasons, and the specifics of the resolution are important for us as a district. But maybe even more important than that, at the very least, just as important, is holding us accountable to those words. So today, and it's not just today, it's through all the work that you as parents do, that you as a CAC do, today is a big reflection of holding our district accountable for words that we included in that resolution, but also accountable to the actions that uphold and reflect those words. So I want to thank you for that. And on the language access, language justice piece as well, I so appreciate you using this opportunity to uphold the importance of language access, language justice. It's something that if you all have been following, we've tried to be proactive here in our board meetings, but also with our district staff. So I also want to acknowledge the language justice piece attached to the equity work. And as all of you so eloquently shared, doing right by students with disabilities, doing right by students that are in a special education program, that are on IEPs or on 504s or whatever that may be, upholds our commitment to do right by all students, right? So if we are challenged by making sure that all students have equitable opportunities to succeed, it's the same commitment and same intent and same reflection that we uphold that commitment to our students with disabilities. So thank you for that. Thank you for the language justice component explicitly of the work. It reminds me, I know everyone that's a part of our district team, that when we talk about language justice, it's not in a vacuum, right? It's in connection with our other inclusion efforts. We had our PTA outgoing president here emphasize the diversity, equity, and inclusion work embedded in the PTA's work. And I think you've reflected the best of what it means to hold our district accountable to values, to practices, to policies that reflect that commitment to equity, inclusion. So thank you.
And we thank you for being with us. You're welcome to stay. Oh, before I finish, okay, Ms. Kerr.
I feel like I have to hold the mic and turn around. We'll talk about that part later. Thank you all for coming. Pardon my back. And thank you for welcoming us to your meetings and always inviting us, encouraging us to be there, giving us access. Even when I forget the code, Robin is great to get it to me. To bring people together to talk about what's happening here, but to also talk about new ways of doing things and guest speakers, and really using your forum to engage and inform and educate all of us. So thank you for that. And if Dr. Simon, I know in the past we respond to these, could we talk a little bit about, for our folks out there, what our next step is in responding and working together on these?
Traditionally, and I just want to echo to my CAC family, thank you so much. It's lovely to see you, and thank you for bravely and with so much courage sharing exactly what we need to hear from you. So in response to your question, Mrs. Kerr, we have traditionally considered the recommendations, had an ongoing conversation with the CAC board, and then worked with district staff towards the items that have been implemented already, what can be planned for, and then what will take a more long-term focus. So Dr. Simon will lead that effort through the Office of School Support Services. A couple of the issues that they have highlighted specific to language access or language justice, as Dr. Benitez referred to, are priorities of the district and will be addressed through multiple lenses, certainly with specific lens towards families who have students with disabilities and IEPs. And I don't know, does that help in your response, Dr. Simon? Do you want to add?
It does, and I can say even with the working very closely with our CAC board and also just members in general, we've heard a lot of these recommendations even prior. So we've been really proactive working with many of our members to, make some changes, especially those changes that we can make immediately around as providing a protocol for our IE process, which is now on our website, looking into more of a strength-based model when discussing assessments, especially within IEPs, more so than a deficit model. So these are some things that the department is currently working on, really under the direction of Dr. Rachel Heenan. So I know that she has worked with many of you all just within groups, even to hear more of your concerns. And I just want to say this, I just want to echo something that Dr. Benitez said. I know having these conversations and speaking of the challenges that you all have been very difficult. And I have always been one in the team to say thank you for pushing us and for also having those hard conversations, right? I know they're not easy. I always tell folks, when you're out helping other folks with their children, it's easier, right, than when you're really working to find what's best for your own child. I'm a parent of 2. I understand that so deeply. So with that, I thank you for your partnership. As always, I thank you for your patience. I thank you for working with us, for conversations, for building collaborative opportunities, and I truly hope that continues in the future, right, as we build more supports and resources, right, for our students. So just thank you so much as always. I appreciate the partnership. And Robin, this is our first time actually meeting in person. We laughed about that today. All of our conversations, our meetings have been virtually. And I just wanted to publicly say thank you just for your advocacy. The work that she has done this year has not been easy, specifically amid a pandemic. And I just want to personally and publicly recognize you for all of your dedication and hard work and your collaborative efforts and partnership with me, especially during my first year. So thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Mr. Otto?
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to extend my thanks to all of you as well for your presentation, the courage it took to do that. And I would like to ask the district to please provide the 5 recommendations so I can work with them. Okay, got them. And I've got a file on this that I've been working from, and so we hear you loud and clear, and we hope to be able to help. Thanks.
Thank you. So you're welcome to stay with us, or we understand if you choose to go for any reason. But thank you again. Next on the agenda, we have celebrations. So, Mr. Itzen. Yeah, let's it's incredibly special to see those pictures of in-person graduations after having such a long pause on in-person just about anything, and then having our 2020 graduates not being able to celebrate in that way. and now we're able to celebrate. That's very special to see that. Next on the agenda, we have public testimony on items listed on the agenda. So we'll get right into that.
Hello, my name is Robin Weckerly, and I'm calling to comment on agenda item 19 for the June 23rd school board meeting. I'm calling to support the CAC parents making recommendations tonight. The parents speaking tonight are doing a hard thing, and sharing their stories is important. I've spent the past 4 years on the CAC executive board. I'm proud of the work our CAC community and this district has done to support students with disabilities. But I wanted to share something that I'm a little embarrassed by. You see, for 4 years now, my son's IEP has not been in compliance. A very important part of his IEP is specialized academic instruction, RSP support. In his IEP, he is supposed to have direct specialized academic instruction from a credentialed teacher, push-in support. He has never received this support. In addition to the specialized academic instruction, he's supposed to receive accommodations for testing, modifications to assignments, and all the stuff that is copy and pasted in everybody's IEP. He has never received these accommodations. I'm embarrassed because me, the CAC chairperson, an English-speaking, flexible work-scheduled parent of only one child, has been unable to get my kid the support he needs. I've had the meetings. I've made it clear that I understand what his IEP says, and that having an IA in class with him is not the same thing as a credentialed teacher. I don't know why I accepted less for so long. The truth is, sometimes we agree to less because we are too tired to fight. And if it's happening to me, who else is it happening to? Don't worry, my story has a positive resolution. Right before school ended, I met with the school principal. She's new to our school. I asked her to make sure that my kid gets the support he needs for the upcoming school year, the support written in his IEP. Our principal, Lizette Ramos, was fantastic. She not only listened to me, but she took my concerns seriously. She reassured me in a way that I haven't been reassured in a long time. The question I've been working on the past 4 years is, how do we rebuild trust between families and school teams after trust has been broken? I think the answer starts with listening and taking our concerns seriously. My hard thing is feeling like I let down my kid because I was busy doing other things. I urge you all to listen to the parents speaking tonight with open hearts. I know that hearing the hard thing is tough, but remember, carrying the hard thing is tougher. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Valencia, and I'm calling on agenda item number 26. I would like to thank the board, Dr. Baker, and district staff for listening to parents and community members as you modify the LBUSD budget. Hopefully, the budget revisions will help mitigate the negative educational effects of the pandemic on students. I also appreciate your sustained acknowledgement of the inequitable consequences of the pandemic on educational attainment of students from underserved communities, and your focus on the work that remains to close persistent opportunity gaps that plague the district. One aspect of the LBUSD budget that requires further public discourse and transparency is how the district intends to measure and report program outcomes. Public accountability measures are essential to determine whether or not strategies and programs are effective. The LCAP goals are broad, lack measurable details, and do not quantify outcomes so that we can determine if the goals are achieved. How will we know if the selected programs at the school site have achieved academic success if we lack transparent, measurable goals? I look forward to hearing and learning more about how accountability will be addressed in the future. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Buenas tardes, mesa directiva, superintendente Baker. Mi nombre es Marta Cota, de Latinos in Action, California, y estoy hablando esta tarde, por el artículo 26 sobre el presupuesto de LCAP. Sabemos que Long Beach Unified School District recibirá más de 120 millones de fondos para el CFF suplementarios y concentración para apoyar a los estudiantes de bajos ingresos, aprendices de inglés y niños de crianza, pero solo destinará 2.5 millones para servicios específicamente diferenciados para aprendices de inglés y esto no es suficiente. Necesitamos aumentar la cantidad porque muchas de las posiciones a nivel escolar no se especializan en ayudar a estudiantes a aprendices de inglés. Hay diferentes tipos de aprendices de inglés y cada uno necesita diferentes intervenciones y estrategias. Necesitamos servicios diferenciados para que aprendices de inglés recién llegados y el lenguaje dual de aprendices para aquellos identificados como aprendices de inglés de largo plazo o en riesgo de convertirse. También podría destinar más fondos a escuelas que su tasa de reclasificación sea más baja o sea donde más hay necesidad. Por favor, escuchen e inviertan más fondos. 2.5 realmente es nada para la necesidad que hay. Muchas gracias por su atención. Marta Cota, de Latinos in Action, California.
Good afternoon, Board of Education, Superintendent Baker. My name is Marta Cota from Latinos in Action, California, and I am speaking this afternoon, about item 26, about the LCAP budget. We know the Long Beach Unified School District will receive over $120 million in LCFF supplemental and concentration funds to support low-income students, English learners, and foster youth. But it will only allocate $2.5 million for specifically differentiated services for English learners, and this is not enough. We need to increase the amount because many of the school-wide positions do not specialize in helping English learners. There are different types of English learners, and each needs different interventions and strategies. We need differentiated services for newcomer English language learners and dual language learners for them to be identified as long-term or at-risk English learners. You could also allocate more funds to schools whose reclassification rate is lower or where there is most need. Please listen and invest more funds. 2.5 really is nothing for the need. Thank you very much for your attention. Marta Cota from Latinos in Action, California.
Mi nombre es Maribel Mireles, madre de un estudiante aprendiz de inglés y miembro de Latinos en Acción. Mi petición es que queremos que los estudiantes reclasifiquen en la primaria y que los padres sean socios en ese proceso. Ocupamos que el Parent University incluya talleres que ayuden a los padres a entender los programas para aprendices de inglés y que nos enseñen cómo medir el progreso en el LPAC y tener un plan de reclasificación de los estudiantes aprendices de inglés. Esto requiere no solo la información, pero que nos ayuden a usar los sistemas y actividades para aplicar el conocimiento. Las inversiones actuales no incluyen estas opciones. También es importante que sepan que esos talleres solo están disponibles si son aprobados por el director. Si no hay aprobación, no tenemos acceso a estos recursos, aunque nuestros hijos no estén reclasificados. Les agradezco consideren mis peticiones. Gracias. Atentamente, Maribel Mireles.
My name is Maribel Mireles, mother of an English language learner student and member of Latinos in Action. My request is that we want students to reclassify in elementary school and that parents be partners in that process. We need for Parent University to include workshops that help parents understand English learner programs and teach us how to measure progress on the LPAC and have a reclassification plan for our English learners. This requires not only the information, but to help us use the systems and activities to apply the knowledge. Current investments do not include these options. It is also important that you know that these workshops are only available if they are approved by the principal. If not approved, we do not have access to these resources, even if our children are not reclassified. I thank you for considering my request. Thanks. Sincerely, Maribel Mireles.
Santiago, soy madre de una estudiante de Cabrillo, miembro de Latinos en Acción. Estoy proporcionando comentarios públicos sobre el impacto de los estudiantes del IEP durante el año escolar. Como madre me preocupa su forma en que los estudiantes con IEP son tratados de manera diferente en el distrito, según la Junta de Educación California. Hay aproximadamente 13% de nuestros estudiantes con IEP en el desglose de sueldo latino, 57.5%, negro 17%, blanco 13%, asiático 7%, multirracial 5%, el isleño del Pacífico un 1%, y peticiones que pongan recursos a disposición de todas las familias el próximo año escolar, comunicándose intencionalmente con los padres afroamericanos, otros padres de color que tienen menor acceso de comprensión de estos recursos. Gracias por escucharme. Marta Santiago.
My name is Marta Santiago. I am the mother of a Cabrillo student and a member of Latinos in Action. I am providing public comment on the impact of students with IEPs throughout the school year. As a parent, I am concerned about how students with IEPs are treated differently in the district. According to the California Board of Education, there are approximately 30% of our students with IEPs in the unintelligible word. Latinos, only 57.5%, Black, 17%, White, 13%, Asian, 7%, multiracial, 5%, Pacific Islander, 1%. My request is that they make resources available to all families next year, intentionally communicating with African American parents or other parents of color who have less understanding access to these resources. Thank you for listening. Marta Santiago.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la Junta y Superintendente. Mi nombre es Aquilina Castellanos. Soy madre de estudiantes de este distrito de Long Beach y miembro de Latinos in Action. Estoy proporcionando comentarios públicos sobre el impacto de los estudiantes del IEP. Durante el año escolar, como madre me preocupa la forma en que los estudiantes con IEP son tratados de manera diferente en el distrito. Según la Junta de Educación de California, hay aproximadamente el 13% de nuestros estudiantes con IEP. El deslogo de estos es latino, 57.5%, negros 17%, blanco 13%, asiáticos 7%, multirracial 5%, isleño del Pacífico 1%. Mi petición es que pongan recursos a disposición de todas las familias en el próximo año escolar, comunicándose incondicionalmente con los padres afroamericanos y otros padres de color que tienen el menor acceso y comprensión de estos recursos. Gracias por escucharme. Aquilina Castellanos.
Good afternoon, board members and superintendent. My name is Aquilina Castellanos. I am a mother of students in this Long Beach district and a member of Latinos in Action. I am providing public comment on the impact of students with IEP during the school year. As a parent, I am concerned about how students with IEPs are treated differently in the district. According to the California Board of Education, there are approximately 13% of our students with IEPs. This is the breakdown. Latinos, 57.5%, Black, 17%, White, 13%, Asian, 7%, multiracial, 5%, Pacific Islander, 1%. My request is that they make resources available to all families in the next school year, communicating unconditionally with African American parents or other parents of color who have the least access to understanding of these resources. Thank you for listening to me, Aquilina Castellanos.
My name is Mariela Salgado, a Parks Commissioner and parent of 2 elementary-age children. I'm here to speak on non-agenda items. When I was a little girl, my siblings and I won the public school lottery. That's how I remember feeling. 1-hour commutes allowed my siblings and I to have access to a number of programs to change the trajectory of our lives. This past weekend, we celebrated my youngest sibling's acceptance to UC Berkeley. We attended one of the most affluent schools in LA US School District that offered science class, computer, physical science, PE, and even gifted classes, much unfortunately, of what is not offered today at any of our schools unless it's supplemented by PTA, foundations, and grants. Your budgets have grown, but our students continue to fail, particularly kids of color and those with different needs. Today, we have an unprecedented opportunity, over $1 billion in funding, which includes close to $400 million of COVID relief funds. Yet, I see so much missing in the LCAP. I don't see a real commitment, mention, action for enrichment curriculum in the LCAP. No mentions of arts or PE outside the stakeholder feedback. Where is your commitment to our students' future, particularly when we continue to see the injustice and inequities in our schools, community, and public policy and budgets? The Harmony Project alone, our music program, won't solve or erase the lack of educational opportunities for our children in the highest need schools. What good is this windfall of funds if we don't meet this moment by investing in our children's future? We can't change their family or economic situations, but I'm a believer that education is the equalizer. Spend these funds in supporting our children's academic success now, not later. I'd also like to add to those listening, students, parents, and community stakeholders, stay engaged in monitoring the implementation of these programs and initiatives. Ask for budget transparency. Listen to your school board members' advocacy for our children in these meetings and outside these doors. To Teachers Association of Long Beach, thank you for your recent flyer sent to my home, giving parents thanks during a strenuous year. However, I would appreciate more you standing with us and ensuring our kids, our children, have what they need during this recovery period. Our children are looking to us, the adults, to help them feel supported and thrive. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Baker, and staff. My name is Jaden Zwick, and I'm providing a comment with respect to item number 26, the LCAP and budget adoption for the meeting on June 23rd, 2021. I am an intern at Public Advocates, a civil rights organization with deep expertise in equitable school funding that supports the LCAP work group, which is composed of LBUSD parent leaders and community-based organizations. I am grateful for the board's evident awareness and interest in tutoring support, but I want to raise a few points for consideration and a request regarding tutoring at this time. I believe that children in Long Beach deserve to feel valued and successful at school, and that the LCAP is the tool that we have to show and not just tell our students that they are worth investing in, especially when it comes to low-income students of color, foster youth, and English learners. Over the past several months, community members, parents, and organizers have expressed the need for Long Beach School Board to offer effective tutoring in schools. Students need opportunities outside of the classroom to learn, especially when they are already behind during school hours. To get all students where they need to be, we need more than just smaller class sizes or teachers on special assignment. We need individualized environments for kids to have a tutor to work closely with them, monitor their progress, and provide an engaging context to learn. In past meetings, the Long Beach LCAP Parent Accountability Group has specifically described a need for relationship-centered, culturally responsive, high-dosage tutoring. That is, tutoring which happens more than 3 times a week, 30 to 60 minutes at a time for a minimum of 10 weeks outside of regular class hours. Providing this type of tutoring online and in person is a real solution to the academic challenges and disparities that we see in Long Beach Unified School District. When the new LCAP draft was released on June 18th, there were no revisions in the action items that reflected this request for high-dosage tutoring. At the same time, the revised LCAP added a description of its enhanced tutoring support underneath the aspects of the LCAP influenced by specific stakeholder engagement. If the LCAP is going to take credit for implementing stakeholder requests, then the LCAP should require in plain language that the tutoring support is in fact the type of relationship-centered, culturally responsive, high-dosage tutoring that has been requested. I am calling on the school board to see this through on behalf of the stakeholders' input and the needs of the students in Long Beach. We understand that the district is exploring using federal COVID relief funds for high-dosage tutoring, but that is not reflected in the learning acceleration and support plan. A total of $4.5 million between the elementary, middle, and high schools will be invested in after-school tutoring and Saturday school through ESSER funds, but there is no indication that those investments will be strategic investments in the equitable, effective tutoring that the community has been advocating for. There needs to be clarity on whether the district is planning to adopt this request and with what funds. Before the board votes to approve this year's LCAP and budget, I'd like to ask the school board to require the implementation of culturally responsive, relationship-centered, high-dosage tutoring to the greatest extent possible. This is how the board can truly say that they're...
Hello, my name is Araceli Simeon, and I'm the project director of the Parent Organization Network. Today, I'm speaking on agenda item 26, New Business, Local Control, and Accountability Plan, and I'm here to advocate for English learners. First, thank you for listening and acknowledging the issues around language access for monolingual parents and allocating about $1 million to improve this. Thank you for allocating funds for differentiated outreach to families. And last, thank you for allocating $2.5 million to create a multilingual office to coordinate services for ELs. While we like the direction this is taking, currently the LCAP does not outline actions with differentiated services for English learners, such as newcomers, long-term English learners, and those at risk of becoming long-term English learners. It also doesn't provide differentiated support for their families or extra support for teachers. While the district acknowledges and promotes the need of differentiated outreach, it doesn't do the same for parent programming. Parents play a key role in supporting their children, but often parents of English learners, even those in DLAC and ELAC committees, need support understanding English language development programs and how to monitor individual student progress. This requires more than information, but access to EL coaches and specialists that can provide strategies to support specific types of ELs and practice on those strategies and how to access LPAC practice tests and understanding the test scores. Last, it is mentioned that teachers of ELs will be supported with BITSA training and allocates $5.5 million, but it isn't clear if that includes data analysis, student monitoring, and extra resources or supports like coaches and specialists. LBUSD projects to receive over $120 million in 2021-2022 based on the enrollment of high-need students, including English learners. Yet the LCAP is too broad, is too general. Please add more activities and investments in the LCAP to truly support English learners in achieving reclassification and overall success. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Baker, and staff. My name is Michael Ball from Children's Defense Fund, California, and I'm providing public comment on agenda item number 26, more specifically the LCAP's commitment to restorative justice. I appreciate the district's commitment to use LCAP funding to provide integrated levels of support for students, especially through the district's social emotional learning equity initiative. The action item that specifically discusses restorative justice, goal 2, action 4, includes some good points like commitment to relationship-centered schools, shifting disciplinary practices, and decreasing suspension rates. Before the board votes to approve this year's LCAP, I'd like to raise the following points for further clarification and consideration. Community members have asked for the ELO grant's financial investment to also be reflected in the LCAP, but it still hasn't been reflected in this most recent draft. This draft of the LCAP invests $1,123,993 in LTFF funds, according to page 86, to target unduplicated pupils, and it's supposed to be implemented at all schools, according to page 89. The ELO grant plan invests $10,962,003 to provide restorative justice coaches at elementary schools. This difference in funds and documents raises a couple questions. First, the community would like to know what LBUSD's coherent strategy is related to restorative justice, and can that strategy be described in the LCAP based on the total investment in both the LCAP and ELO grant plan? And second, if the strategies are distinct between the LCAP and ELO plan investment, can the community get clarity on how the LCAP money will be used differently than the ELO grant plan? Specifically, will the roughly $1 million in LCAP funds be used for restorative justice coaches or equivalent staff at middle and high schools? Our expectation is that schools will be supported by this investment in restorative practice over multiple years. Best practice indicates that it takes several years to cultivate restorative practice at a school, and that it is most effective when implemented school-wide. Otherwise, it may be perceived as a program of the month that doesn't have real commitment or purpose across LBUSD. The result is little buy-in and inconsistent implementation. In our one-on-one advocacy with family whose children were either formally or informally suspended from school, especially at the middle school level, we found that in even the few schools that invested in restorative practices, these students were not offered this alternative. Neither the family nor the teacher seemed to be aware that restorative practice was an option. The need for community building is greater than ever. We agree that restorative practice is a meaningful and effective practice to foster community, social and emotional learning, and positive school climate in our schools. Let's ensure restorative practices will grow over time in our schools by investing wisely and sustainably. Thank you for your time and continued engagement with the community. Please have a restful summer.
Mi nombre es María Loesa, idioma del inglés, comunicación. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Loesa. Soy madre de 2 estudiantes de este distrito escolar de Long Beach y miembro de Latinos en Acción California. Antes que nada, quiero agradecer por la inversión que harán por $1 millón para mejorar la calidad de interpretación y también por escuchar las peticiones que por tanto tiempo hemos hecho. Ustedes saben muy bien que es una gran necesidad para que todos los padres que no hablamos el idioma inglés podamos comunicarnos al 100% en las reuniones y en el distrito. Mi petición es que nos permitan ser parte de este proceso. Gracias por su tiempo.
My name is Maria Loesa, English Language Communication. Good afternoon. My name is Maria Loesa. I am the mother of 2 students from this Long Beach School District and a member of Latinos in Action California. First of all, I want to thank you for the investment of $1 million to improve the quality of interpretation and also for listening to the requests that we have made for so long. You know very well that it is a great need for all parents who do not speak the English language to be able to communicate 100% at meetings and in the district. My request is that they allow us to be part of this process. Thanks for your time.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Lilia Ocampo y voy a hablar con respecto al tema número 26. Agradezco el ambiente de colaboración que ha llevado con los padres y la comunidad para aumentar y mejorar los apoyos para los aprendices de inglés y el acceso al lenguaje para sus familias. El año escolar 2021 ha sido uno especialmente difícil para los aprendices del inglés y a causa de la pandemia, los aprendices del inglés necesitan más apoyos que nunca. En el LCAP vemos datos muy preocupantes. El porcentaje de estudiantes de escuela intermedia listos para la escuela secundaria disminuyó un 23 punto y el 56% de los aprendices ingleses tuvieron al menos una calificación de D y F en el otoño pasado. Aunque el LCAP demuestra la alta necesidad, aún no describe las intervenciones específicas que proveerán para los aprendices del inglés. Las explicaciones son muy generales y nosotros como padres, la información sobre estos apoyos para los aprendices de inglés que existirán dentro de los planteles escolares no estará accesible, ya que el LCAP se aprobará el día de hoy y no es suficientemente efectivo para apoyarnos a nosotros y a nuestros hijos. Les pido que por favor agreguen las siguientes acciones. Den más información y detalles sobre la intervención diferenciadas que están diseñadas específicamente para los aprendices de inglés y especialmente para los aprendices de inglés a largo plazo. Las tasas de reclasificaciones estarán muy bajas debido a los problemas que se hubo durante la pandemia. No todos los estudiantes estuvieron aprendiendo al mismo nivel. La educación en línea no fue la mejor opción para todos, pero fue la única que había y ahora hay que ayudar a estos estudiantes a mejorar y avanzar para estar a la par de sus compañeros que solamente hablan inglés. También me gustaría que compartieran más información sobre los programas escolares. Aunque el Estado ya está levantando algunas precauciones debido al COVID-19, el acceso virtual para las juntas del distrito como escolares debe de permanecer y mantenerse para dar oportunidad a padres que o trabajan o tienen algún impedimento para acudir a estas reuniones presenciales. Es necesario hacer el cambio quizás en la interpretación simultánea en Zoom para mejorar.
Good afternoon. My name is Lilia Ocampo, and I will speak with respect to topic item 26. I appreciate the collaborative environment with parents and the community to increase and improve support for English learners and language access for their families. The 2021 school year has been an especially difficult one for English learners, and because of the pandemic, English learners need more support than ever. In the LCAP, we see very disturbing data. The percentage of middle school students ready for high school decreased to 23 points, and 56% of all English learners scored at least a D and F last fall. Although the LCAP demonstrates high need, it does not yet describe the specific interventions that it will provide for English learners. The explanations are very general, and we as parents, the information about the support for English learners that will exist within the school campuses will not be accessible since the LCAP will be approved today, and it is not enough to support our children and us. I ask that you please add the following actions. Give more information and details about differentiated interventions that are designed specifically for English learners and specifically for long-term English learners. Reclassification rates will be very low due to the problems that occurred during the pandemic. Not all students were learning at the same level. Online education was not the best option for everyone, but it was the only one there was, and now we have to help these students to improve and advance to be on a par with their peers who only speak English. I would also like you to share more information about the school programs. Although the state is already raising some concerns due to COVID-19, virtual access for district meetings as school children must remain and be maintained to give more opportunities to parents who work or have any impediment to attend these face-to-face meetings. It is necessary to make the change, perhaps in the simultaneous interpretation in Zoom to improve.
Okay, that concludes the public testimony on items listed on the agenda. Next, we will go to public testimony on items not listed on the agenda.
Hi, my name is Brandon Record. I'm an HVAC technician at Long Beach Unified School District, and I would just like to comment on fair compensation for CSEA employees. So I'm respectfully addressing the board, and I would just like to say that, you know, during these times of a pandemic, when everybody was, you know, completely afraid to leave their house in fear that they were going to, you know, literally die, we were there working, making, you know, trying to make sense of everything that was going on, implementing all of your guys' new protocols and new rules and you know, all the mandates and everything. We made that happen to the point where we were nationally recognized. All the time when other employees and teachers went home, you know, I just honestly, I believe that we deserve, you know, a fair raise, you know, more than somebody that went home. We were there, you know, we made it happen. We made everybody look good. We did everything that you guys asked, and I just respectfully, you know, request for you guys to do some research and look into everything that we are as a valuable employee. So thank you very much, and have a great day. Bye.
Hi, my name is Sergio Bonilla. I am the first vice president of the CSEA. This is a non-agenda item. I am calling regarding the 7% raise that the union is looking to have. With that said, I wanted to make sure that the audience out there understands that within the next 5 years, there's going to be a 30% reduction of workforce, meaning that somebody's going to have to fill those spots. And so with that said, also, I wanted to comment that the way that the part-timers are being treated within regards to paying for their benefits, as of now, they are going to have to pay at least 50% of their benefits. So that could add up to easily $500 a month, which they don't have. Most of these people make under $20,000 a year. And how are you going to attract future employees if you don't have any, anything that is, I think, job suitable to maintain the workforce? So I also wanted to comment on this revolving door that we have created of vacancies. It's not only in the office, like IOAs and secretaries, but you're looking at a workforce that is vast, meaning that people that are I think as of now, I think we only have one welder in the school district for all the entire district. And so when you look at that, we don't have qualified individuals that are applying, because you can earn a lot more money out in the public sector versus here for Long Beach Unified School District. I also wanted to comment the fact that 7% is not a lot of money. It is only 7 cents on the dollar if you really calculate it. I mean, when you look at the overall amount of money that the teachers make, which is roughly over $65,000 a year, that's their base salary. And when you compare it to somebody that earns $30,000, when they bring out the numbers that they're going to give our members only 3% raise plus a 2% one time, it's literally a fraction of what they make. Anyhow, with that said, please look at the fact that they need that, because of the situation we're in at in the city of Long Beach with rising cost of gasoline, of rent.
Good evening, Long Beach Unified Board members. My name is Enrique Chavez. I am the CSEA Unit AVP. My comment is for a non-agenda item, which is regarding classified raises and classified part-time members' insurance contribution. We represent 2,200 employees, and we are here to represent their concerns. In May 2020, the new superintendent got a $58,000 raise, going from $287,000 to $345,000, with a benefits package of $70,000, which totals around $415,000 of taxpayer money. According to an article by Doug Curran for the LBReport.com, the superintendent's 4-year contract guarantees the superintendent an earning a cool $1.380 million. Let's keep this in mind, that this contract was approved during a pandemic. A recent Washington Post article from June 12, 2021 says that we are now in an inflation period. Gas has gone up 50%, food prices have gone up 20%, electronics have gone up 12%. Something that is not covered by the Washington Post article is LBUSD part-time employees will now pay 50% of their premiums. The cost of living in LA, the Long Beach area, has skyrocketed. Yet for the district, they can only offer classified a 2% raise, which on average a classified employee only makes $30,000 a year. When classified employees ask for a realistic raise, the answer is no. Using the oldest trick in the book, we are in a doom and gloom year. We have no money. We will get no money from the state. We're essential employees. We support our student success, communities in time of need, and we work shoulder to shoulder with our teachers. In the public, the district claims that we are essential, but behind closed doors, we are the first ones the district looks at to lay off. Without classified essential employees during the pandemic, the district would have not been able to pull off a transition into virtual classrooms or have been able to bring back our students, teachers, and staff back safely into the district buildings and school sites. Many districts gave their employees hazard pay, from the biggest in the state, LA and San Diego Unified, to the smallest districts in the state like Downey and Montebello Unified. Yet at the time of need, the district let $50 million in COVID money expire on December 31st, 2020. We're asking for a 7-cent raise. With a $1 billion budget for LBUSD, we believe this is fair in the current climate. As you can see, please do your own research. The doom and gloom scenario presented by the district is non-tangible or believable when the district reserves keep going up. As of now, $324 million, a 7-cent raise. Please approve, LBUSD board members. All means all, and that includes essential classified employees. No more layoffs, and restore your part-timers' benefits. You board members are the new generation of board members, and we believe you will correct many of the past mistakes and will lead LBUSD into a brighter future never before seen. As a union, we are here to show you the other side of the story. A coin has two sides. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gilbert Bonilla Jr. I am the CSEA Long Beach Chapter 2 President. And I just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to speak today. And I wanted to speak on a couple of things: the raises and insurance for our members. We really feel that the members feel that we're not being valued in that we were here for the whole pandemic. We're exposing ourselves, putting ourselves at risk, and putting our families at risk. But we were here. We were here doing all the work we do to support the students, whether it was for nutrition, for Chromebooks, et cetera, and all the support for the people around to do what they need to do. All of us were here. We were working, and we just feel that a 3% raise. Our people don't feel like we're valued at 3% on the dollar, 3 cents on the dollar. We're asking for just 7 cents on the dollar, and we, are the classified really worth 3 cents to the dollar? Over 850 people think not, and we would really, really like for you to consider that, as well as the insurance. We're the people that are here. We're the first people that students see. We're the last ones. We support the parents, the students, the teacher, the admin. So we're a big community we're supporting. And to ask part-timers who barely make enough money to survive to decide, am I going to pay rent today? Am I going to pay for food today? Or do I have to pay to get my, health care for my children? If you're not going to think of us, your essential workers, at least think of the children, because a lot of the parents do work here. A lot of the children do go to school here. And again, if you're not going to think of the essential workers who provide all this for you, we're here, we're working hard above and beyond. At least think of the children. Have the heart to, think of the children. We know that we understand that, they're saying that the board of directors are setting the parameters.
Kristen Powers, public testimony on items not listed on the agenda for the June 23rd session. We have had 2 children attend Long Beach Unified School District, kindergarten through 12th grade, and they are now doing very well in college, and I thank the district for their fine education. However, our children who are now Long Beach alumni are white and were afforded explicit and implicit privilege because of their race. I think it is very important that the school board and LBUSD staff lean into the current racial reckoning and intentionally provide professional development training on disrupting systemic racism. I am thrilled to learn the district personnel are collaborating with Gloria Ladson Billings, who writes and speaks about educational debt owed to minoritized communities. I sincerely hope these discussions lead to better outcomes for our students. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julia Plasencia. I'm giving public testimony on items not listed on the agenda for the open session. Hello again, my name is Julia Plasencia. I'm the Labor Relations Representative for the California School Employees Association. The essential workers at Long Beach Unified School District have been committed and dedicated to providing healthy meals and instructional materials, along with a clean and safe school environment. Without them, our schools would shut down, teacher instruction would halt, and students would lose most of all. We call them essential employees, and it's time we recognize them as such. Meanwhile, LBUSD has a record surplus and reserves. LBUSD has prospered on the backs of these employees. The union stands with the classified employees of LBUSD. We strongly urge the board to recognize the classified employees' right to fair and just compensation. We ask the board to support CSEA's most recent salary proposal for 2019 through 2020 and 2020 through 2021 compensation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, my name is Dika McLean. Greetings to my board member, Craig Head, and the rest of the board. I come before you once again to speak knowledge, truth, and understanding. I'm calling to speak on a non-agenda item. When is the Long Beach Unified School District going to start discussing critical race theory within its curriculum and about its own role within systematic racism? In your plans around diversity, equity, and inclusion, have you also included students with disabilities and critical race theory? This is the new buzzword for businesses and organizations. So where are you now, Long Beach Unified School District? The time is now. We want to celebrate Juneteenth. Yes, it's historical. It's a monumental moment. But we have much more to do, especially when we pride ourselves, so we think, on the no student left behind. But ladies and gentlemen, we have lots of kids being left behind still. The time to have this conversation and action is now. So let me ask you, what does a public school education look like for a black student, and what does it look like for a white student? Is it equitable? Are students disciplined the same way? Do they have the same quality of books and resources? Do your schools with a majority of white students have the same police presence and involvement on their campus? And let's talk about students with disabilities of color. We need to dive in deeper. It's not okay just to label children based on what you say on a piece of paper. How do I know? I've lived it. Where in your pillars presented to you begin to address the systematic inequalities that students with disabilities of color face? Long Beach Unified School District, tick, tock, this is long overdue. Don't just be about it, the holidays and the slogans. Don't just talk about it, be about it. I am Dika McClain, community activist and change agent. Thank you for your time.
Hello, Mr. Benitez and other school board members. My name is Kim Ong, and I am a community advocate. I am here to speak on a non-item agenda and for students with disabilities and their families need quality interpretation support languages access. They need help with different materials that matter to their children and their educations. Just imagine if you were these parents, how would you feel not knowing what is going on with your children's education? I know many parents need qualities interpretation in those IEP meetings and translations paperwork. I can tell you many parents come to where I work to get help with translations into their own languages so they can understand what is going on with their children's educations. So I am asking you as a board putting more money into languages access for students with disabilities and families. I hope you do the right thing for students with disabilities and families. This is long overdue. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gilbert. The item I'd like to address is the 5th grade growth and development video. As a parent, I was presented with the information to decide whether or not I would allow my child to participate. The school notice stated that everything taught would be medically factual according to the California law. Upon further review, I began to notice some contradictions in the information that would be presented to my child. First term, gender. Based on our own idea of who we are and how we see ourselves, this is simply an opinion. Opinions are subjective. Later, the video goes on to talk about puberty and the changing of the body. All factual information here. What had me confused was how you can tell Billy medically he was given the gender of boy, but he can choose to identify as a girl, knowing he will have to go through puberty as a boy. Testosterone, facial hair, changes in the voice growth and strength. The video fails to explain to Billy the facts and the reality. However, you state a girl can get pregnant, but if Billy identifies as a girl and cannot actually carry a child, then we are lying to him. That is not facts, because the fact is he is a boy. The video is based on strong opinion, but does not make it factual. My child did not participate in the human growth development video simply because of the introductory video was subjective. There was no option presented to my child to watch the co-ed puberty video, which is all facts. Facts are based on something that you cannot argue. Opinions are usually based on beliefs or judgment based on the grounds of insufficient to produce complete certainty. Opinions are subjective. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all your hard work.
Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Baker, and staff. This is Dr. Tabari, and I'm providing non-agenda item public comments on my observations of this past school year. As a parent, I have spent the last year reading LBUSD documents, attending numerous virtual meetings, and learning more about how the system works. A year of wearing masks, feeling disconnected in a virtual world, and managing grief brought on by the negative impacts of COVID-19 to our Black and Brown children especially, and their families. I was made more aware of the harms caused by racism to our Black and other children of color for years, evident by their failing grades for many, many years. Approximately 70% of Black students are still failing math, and approximately 65% are failing ELA. This is unacceptable in a district that values equity in academics. Nevertheless, I recognize that the district has been trying its best to remedy these conscious and unconscious harms caused by racism. I want to uplift the work of teachers throughout the year and the anti-racism training that will continue. They will continue to undergo this summer along with the district staff and administrators. I also want to say thank you for helping to educate the community on the local control accountability plan on both the process and budget, specifically paying attention to Black and Pacific Islander students, ESL students, and social emotional learning strategies for all students. As we make our way into a new year with a real opportunity to better the educational rigor of all of our students, especially our Black students that are most negatively impacted. The district has the money, the expertise, and the commitment from its top leadership to meet the needs of all students in an equitable way. Glenn Harris, the president of an organization known as Race Forward, shared that racial equity is about applying justice and a little bit of common sense to a system that's out of balance. When a system is out of balance, people of color feel the impacts most acutely, but an imbalanced system makes us all pay. In closing, my call to action is that you continue to make resources available to all families in the upcoming school year and intentionally reach out to Black and other parents of color who have the least access and understanding of those resources. Black parents and guardians also hope to see the initial investment of the $750,000 allocated for Black Student Achievement Initiative plan developed with the inclusion of students, teachers, staff, and community members. Today and every day, Black lives still matter. Have a restful summer.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Griselda Soto, madre de un estudiante de este distrito. Soy miembro de Latinos en Acción. Antes que nada, quiero agradecerles por escuchar y reconocer que necesitamos mejorar la calidad de instrucciones en las juntas para facilitar la comunicación de 2 vías entre padres que no hablan inglés y el distrito. Invierten $1 millón para mejorar esto. Esperemos colaborar con ustedes con este proceso. También apreciamos las inversiones en alcance diferido para diferentes comunidades. Gracias por su atención, Griselda Soto.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Griselda Soto, mother of a student in the district. I am a member of Latinos in Action. First of all, I want to thank you for listening and recognizing that we need to improve the quality of instructions at the meetings to facilitate two-way communication between non-English speaking parents and the district. Invest $1 million to improve this. We look forward to collaborating with you with this process. We also appreciate the investments in deferred outreach to different communities. Thank you for your attention. Griselda Soto.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mónica Joya. Soy madre de un estudiante de educación especial. Este año ha sido difícil por la negación de servicios en las juntas de IEP. Mi hijo y el resto de los estudiantes necesitan más apoyo de una persona que tiene el entrenamiento y la experiencia de ser un one-on-one. Mi hijo sufrió mucho de bullying en la escuela Lindbergh Middle School y sé que no es el único en el distrito con ese problema de bullying. Ellos constantemente están en peligro y por esta situación se tiene que hacer algo urgente para encontrar una solución. También se necesita más apoyo con la interpretación, personas con experiencia y entrenamiento. Es muy importante que los padres podamos tener una comunicación clara y precisa en las juntas de IEP. El distrito se tiene que enfocar en los problemas que aún no se resuelven. Gracias.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Monica Hoya. I am a parent of a special education student. This year has been difficult because of the denial of services at the IEP meetings. My son and the rest of the students need more support from a person who has the training and experience of being a one-to-one. My son suffered a lot of bullying at Lindbergh Middle School, and I know he is not the only one in the district with that bullying problem. They are constantly in danger, and because of this situation, something needs to be done urgently to find a solution. There also needs to be more support with interpretation, people with experience and training. It is important that parents can have clear and accurate communication at IEP meetings. The district needs to focus on the problems that are still unresolved. Thank you.
Okay, that does it for public testimony on items not listed on the agenda. And at this time, I'm proposing we take a 5-minute break. I hope I'm going to propose a 10-minute break, and hopefully that will be sufficient for everybody to stretch and whatnot. Thank you. So 10. Welcome back, everybody. That is our 10-minute break. So I'm going to ask everybody to return to their seats so that we can proceed. So as soon as everybody returns to their seats, we can proceed with our staff report, curriculum equity audit recommendations with Dr. Kale. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, staff, and community. I am very excited to be here tonight to kick off a presentation. I brought a couple of colleagues along this time, Nader Twal, who's a program administrator in OCIPD, and Dr. Pamela Levitt, who is our Equity and Excellence Coordinator. They have been doing the heavy lifting for this project, so I can't wait for you to hear from them. But I'm going to start us off with just sort of getting us reacclimated to this conversation that we've been having a couple of times now. So I'll start off by just centering us around equity as it relates to curriculum and instruction, and remind us that equity-centered approaches disrupt racism, promote justice, and feature inclusion. And so when we think about these things, we think about audits, and audits are designed to uncover the inequities in our systems and inform the development of policies and practices to address them. So we do this by analyzing quality, representation, access, inclusivity, language, and language use. So when we talk about conducting an equity audit, that's what we mean. So let's talk a little bit about the process that we used. I want to reiterate that we used multiple sources of data to do this work. So first, we worked with Hanover Research, who conducted student surveys, and I'm going to tell you about those results tonight. We also conducted multiple student and parent focus groups, and I've got results from 2 of those groups to share with you tonight. We contracted with Hill Pedagogies, who conducted a comprehensive review of our units, and I'll turn it over to Nader in a bit, who will share the results of that work. And all of these data points were shared with our Curriculum Advisory Committee, made up of representative teachers and administrators in the district, and Pam later on will share their recommendations with you. So let's start off with the Hanover student survey data. So the first thing I want to remind you is that all students in grades 6 through 12 were offered the opportunity to take the survey, and they could take a survey for English language arts or for history. It was a survey that had Likert scale items along with open-ended responses. And they answered questions about how often they had the opportunity in class to learn about people who are like them and people who are different from them. So I know this is kind of a busy slide and you have the blown up version in front of you, but I'll give you a couple of the highlights. The left side is the demographics from the history survey, and the right side is the demographics from the ELA survey. So in history, we had about 6,500 students take the survey, with more middle school students taking it than high school students, and you see that boxed in red at the bottom. In English language arts, we heard from almost 9,000 students, with more high school students responding than middle school students. And that makes sense because not every high school student takes history every year. So those results were be expected. So about 23% of our students voluntarily participated in this survey, which was, we thought, pretty exciting news for us. As far as who those students were, when we look at the representation, we find that 49% identify as female, 40% identified as male, 8% preferred not to state, 3% identified as non-binary or gender non-conforming. And then when we looked at the breakdown of the race and ethnicity of the respondents, we found 11% Asian, 8% Black, 50% Hispanic or Latinx, 19% multiracial or other, which is a higher number than normal, and white at 12%. So those very closely mirror the demographics of our district. All right, so I'm going to jump now into the actual data itself, and we're going to start with a history survey and find what the students told us. So this particular question asked students to tell us whether they talk about history and events regarding people from different perspectives. So down the left-hand side of the slide, you see the various perspectives they were asked about, and then on the right, side of the slide, when you're looking at those bars, you're seeing the different colors represent different student groups. So if you look at the graph as a whole, just sort of the big chunks up there, what you'll see is religion, culture, and race and ethnicity came out the highest rated areas across groups. So that means that students felt more often that in their history class they talked about events regarding people from those groups. Then disability status, sexual orientation, and gender identity or expression came out as the lowest rated. If you look at the colored bars for each item, the results are pretty close when you look at ethnicity. However, our Black and multiracial students most consistently have the lowest agreement with the statements across the board, and we found that to be pretty consistent. And there's a 15% discrepancy between white and Black student responses around socioeconomic background coverage in the curriculum at 74% versus 59%. So one of the larger gaps there. The survey didn't vary much for high school versus middle school, with the exception of about 9% more high schoolers reporting representation of different sexual orientations. Looking at the ELA survey, we see similar patterns when they're asked about their ELA classes. Slightly more favorable results in sexual orientation and gender identity and expression. But in regard to talking about and reading about people from different socioeconomic backgrounds, we see the largest gap in the data set. It's about a 16% difference between white students at 68% and multiracial students at 52.5%. And then we also see a slightly higher gap, about 9%, in the difference between Asian student responses regarding race, ethnicity, and skin color. Their agreement level was 89%, with Black students at 80%. So Hanover also analyzed our students' open-ended responses and gave us back what they saw as the themes that emerged. So there's some quotes here we'd like to share with you. So when asked the question, how diversity, equity, and inclusion could be improved in history, students typically discussed course materials and class discussions. So the things that they said on the slide, for example, I think it does a sufficient job. However, identifying and speaking on gender identity and sexual orientation more would feel more inclusive to those as part of the LGBTQ+ community. We could add more authors of color and material from people of color and different sexual orientations instead of teaching old white men all the time. Through the use of guest speakers, it would be beneficial for me to hear the point of view of those who have experienced racial inequity and are taking an active stance against it. I think we need more materials from various points of view. I think we learn a lot about the white narrative, but I think it would be beneficial to learn the histories of non-European nations. So when asked how diversity, equity, and inclusion could be improved in English, students clearly want to talk about these issues during class time and draw on each other's as resources. So for example, they said, by talking about stuff that's going on right now, we could have more discussions about how literature is influenced by different genders and religion. In my ELA class, we don't discuss about equity often, so it can be improved by talking about it more. Maybe talking about or reading things about different sexual orientations, because I don't think I have ever read something like that. Diversity, equity, and inclusion could be improved in my ELA class if we had the opportunity to learn from others' experiences and let others learn from our experiences. All right, so back to a couple more survey questions. So this section of the survey in history asked students to respond to whether or not how often they did things like do activities or assignments that encourage them to think about different backgrounds and points of view. And that was rated between 75 and 81%. Or learn about how historical events affected different groups of people. That one was the highest rated at 82 to 88%. Or have meaningful conversations about historical events from different perspectives with classmates. That was the lowest rated, 61 to 66%. When looking at student groups, the responses are pretty tightly aligned, with Hispanic and Latinx students most consistently rating highest and Black multiracial students consistently rating lowest. But it was really only about a 3 to 5% difference. When we look at ELA, we asked students if they often did activities or assignments that encouraged them to think about different backgrounds and points of view. That was 76 to 82. Have meaningful conversations about books, stories, or lessons from many different points of view with their classmates. That was the lowest rated. and think about backgrounds and points of view that are different from mine when reading books and stories. That was the highest point of view, the highest rated. ELA numbers are slightly more positive than history, and we see that same tight spread across student groups. So going back to some typical thematic open-ended responses, when asked how to improve diversity, equity, inclusion, students typically talked about class discussion and course material. So this slide shows typical comments related to class discussion in history. First comment, always view a historical event from at least two perspectives and always ask for students' opinions on events. Maybe if we were given more in-depth questions that push us to be vulnerable, they will help us talk about our real opinions on certain matters and not what we want other people to think. It can be improved by our teacher letting us communicate more in class and see others' perspectives. I think by working together and learning about each other's religion or culture. Maybe by doing something like pairing people who have different opinions and interests together. So what we glean from these comments is students seem to understand that by talking about important subjects and emphasizing different perspectives, that they really have an opportunity to learn from one another. And we heard similar themes in English language arts about the need for class discussions. However, when asked how to improve diversity, equity, and inclusion, students really focused more on our need to diversify our texts. Incorporate people of color authors who tell their own story, especially when it talks about the cultural and social challenges each race has undergone. Include more diversity in textbooks, such as gender expression, sexual romantic orientation, and educate those who might not be familiar with the topics. Diversity and equity can be improved by learning more about historical events in ELA. Include more books or short stories that come from the perspective of people with different backgrounds, people with disabilities, different beliefs, etc. Required books should be updated to include books written by people of color as well as people from differing sexualities. So in summary, some of the key findings that Hanover shared with us were most students agree that history and ELA courses incorporate materials and student input that reflect various backgrounds and points of view. So that's a positive. And most students indicate that teaching strategies promote equity. Yet they also found that students want more opportunities to engage with and reflect on different points of view. And overall, students agree that ELA courses amplify voices from different backgrounds, but that certain backgrounds are more prevalent than others. And student responses demonstrate large inequities in lessons and conversations about people with different identities. So they sent us a set of recommendations, and we've shared a couple of them with you here tonight. So ensure that curricula allow for more opportunities for students to engage in discussions and group activities. Re-examine current ELA and history course materials to increase student exposure to content on and authors with different sexual orientations and gender identities, and continue to collect student perspectives and solicit perceptions from instructional staff to inform professional development. All right, so that was what we heard from Hanover. And before I pass the mic, I do want to talk for just a moment about the student and parent focus group. So as a reminder, the Curriculum Advisory Committee met with the groups that you see on the slide here. As of the last time we talked, we hadn't reported on the bottom two. And when we heard from the folks in the first 8 groups, we shared that the feedback that we heard was centered around representation, especially getting beyond the holidays and heroes curriculum and including cultural identity beyond the white perspective. So we want to highlight just a little bit about what we learned from our 2 most recent student focus groups, and that was the high school LGBTQ plus student clubs. Students had an opportunity to participate in that. And then Bancroft Middle School Student Alliance. So we heard from a group of middle school students and a group of high school students. All right, so what did we hear? New learning from the 2 student focus groups included perspectives regarding gender identity and sexual orientation. So we asked students, if you could ask the district or your school to make one change next year in the things you're learning or the materials you're using, what would that be? And they told us, I'd like to talk about different gender identities and sexual orientations in class so that other students can better understand. I would like a rule that all teachers use and respect preferred pronouns so that no student is ever misgendered. spread awareness about what is hurtful or damaging to people. So I was able to attend these focus groups, and I found that hearing students' voices and hearing them share their own needs really helps us to understand the urgency of some of this work. So this concludes my portion, and I'm going to turn things over to Nader, who's been instrumental in working with our consultant, and he'll provide you an update on our work with Hill Pedagogies and their independent review of the curriculum.
Thank you, Dr. Kale. So as Dr. Kale indicated, I had the privilege of working alongside Dr. Pam Lovett, the brilliant Dr. Pam Lovett, in conducting our Hill Pedagogies curriculum review. And we began a comprehensive curriculum review with Dr. Goldie Mohammed, who runs Hill Pedagogies and is the author of Cultivating Genius, which has been a really foundational piece of text for us in curriculum this year as we've tried to develop our understanding around equity in curriculum and pedagogy. We centered the curriculum review on 6 units of study from elementary and secondary English language arts, as well as secondary history. And we intentionally selected units that we knew were going to get a lot of critical feedback because we saw this as an opportunity to learn so that we could scale. Because 6 unit is not our whole curriculum. And we needed to learn as much as we could so we could take it to physical education, so we could take it to mathematics and science and the other units within those content areas. And I have to say that what we learned was amazing. And what encourages me most is that a lot of what we learned has been affirmed and already stated by our students. And so we have a brain trust in our kids that I think we're going to capitalize on continuing moving forward. So you'll remember from the last presentation that Dr. Goldie Mohammed anchored her work in her studies of abolitionists in 19th century education among communities of color, particularly Black literary societies. And what she identified were 5 learning goals or pursuits that anchored their efforts, and when applied to curriculum, created incredible outcomes, not only for students of color, but all students. And so just as a brief review, recognizing that you've already been oriented to these, the first of those pursuits is identities. It's the idea of who am I, who does the world say that I am, who do I want to be, and how do those 3 interact as I try to define myself. When you look at skills, these are typically those academic competencies or competencies tied to the things that we call doing school. Intellect is when you begin to internalize that knowledge and make meaning and begin to develop understanding so that you can take meaningful action with that knowledge. And criticality is when you begin to use it to see where maybe systems of advantage and disadvantage are creating inequity and then feel the courage and the agency to take action. And finally, joy. The idea that no one is defined by one experience and that we need to round out representation so that it's not just about trauma and suffering, but that there are multiple and multidimensional experiences in every community that round out their experience. You're going to have to forgive me, I do talk with my hands. So, along with that, I want to introduce you to the curriculum audit tools that Dr. Mohammed used. But before I do that, I want to make sure that I'm very explicit with what we mean when we say curriculum. When we say curriculum, we are talking about our core textbooks, texts, the units that we develop so that they're aligned to the texts that we're giving our teachers, the assessments tied to that. Is that a sign? Okay. The media, the videos, the supplementary texts and materials that we provide, all of it, the things that really engage our students in learning in the classroom. And the first tool that they used is something that was developed by the New York University Steinhardt School of Culture, Education, and Human Development. And they use something called a culturally responsive scorecard. And when they say culturally responsive, it aligns deeply with the work of Dr. Gloria Ladson-Billings, which is one of our anchors, in that they want students to feel that their, not only identities, but that their values, that their experiences are validated, the fact that they have agency to do something in the world, and teaching them to be civically engaged, right? Excellent citizens, what everyone's graduate profile says. They need to be able to recognize what's happening in the world and then engage in a way that brings justice for all. And so there are 3 criteria that make up what they analyze. And the first is representation. And for representation, what they do is they look at the curriculum that we submit and they do what they call an author and character tally. So they go through and they look at What are the genders that are represented? What are the ethnicities, the races? What are, like, how wide and diverse is it? Then they look at what types of portrayals are those. Are they multidimensional or are they stereotypical? Do they show a breadth and depth of a community or are they monolithic? Which leads into social justice. Their second criteria, social justice, really deals with, are we really just advancing Eurocentric perspectives, right? Is it just the one story and then how everyone else accessorizes that story? Or are we beginning to look at who are the folks who have been marginalized and what are we doing about inviting not only the voices, but the representations into the curriculum? It's also about recognizing that there have been injustices over time, and what are we doing to recognize, name, and engage those? And teacher materials are exactly what it says, the teacher materials that we provide in order to support our teachers with conducting or providing culturally responsive curricula for the students. The second curriculum audit tool that was used, as you would expect, is the Hill evaluation tool that uses the 5 pursuits that we've already discussed. So let's look first at the New York University one. You will notice that their scale uses very specific language, and this is universal for all the audits that the New York University criteria is used for. And it ranges from culturally responsive on the high end, which is where you see the 3 criteria that I described earlier, really strong evidence of it. So things where students have agency, their values and their experience are validated, they have opportunities to engage the world and name injustice and look at, systems of advantage and disadvantage and do something about it, all the way down to culturally destructive. Now that's a big word, so I want to make sure to define that one. Culturally destructive can be things as obvious as overt racism. Those are real easy to name and pluck out. What's a little bit harder and what's more common and less obvious are destructive tendencies that include, for example, in stories where we would prioritize animals over human beings of color or minority status, subtly affirming stereotypes, right? The person's always the sidekick if they're a person of color. Communicating that female characters or characters of color need a male savior to come rescue them. Culturally destructive textbooks might represent enslaved people as happy, or colonization as an agreement between the colonizer and the indigenous. So it's a single story that doesn't always round out history and sometimes minimizes, diminishes, or even erases people's histories. And so let's look at what happened with the 6 units that we submitted. In terms of representation, the feedback that we received is that the evidence was culturally insufficient. So what does that mean? That means that units likely had culturally and racially ambiguous characters. Few characters and stories are portrayed in culturally and historically accurate ways. And there's little to maybe no diversity in terms of who contributed to the curriculum, right? Who are the authors of these pieces? So an example would be in our elementary Amazing Animals unit. There's a section where we share a story. And in that story, the animals are at the center. And there's an opportunity to look and include stories from myriad cultures or traditions. But the culture that was most heavily represented was Asian. And although it's a minority status, although it's not traditionally centered in most of our curriculum, the message of the story was around the caste system. So it was a little bit more of a reinforcing of a traditional narrative instead of looking at a multi-dimensional perspective. And this came directly from the core curriculum. It's not something that we just, made up on our own. When it comes to social justice orientation, culturally destructive. So what does that mean? That means that Eurocentric ideas were centered through the majority of the text. Microaggressions, biases, and sometimes deficit perspectives are portrayed. Curriculum's likely disconnected from students' lives and sometimes does not even offer the opportunity to engage the world in a way that's meaningful in order to challenge injustice. So what might that look like? When you think about most U.S. history classes, World War II is a topic that's covered. And when it's covered, there are sometimes missed opportunities to amplify the contributions of African Americans, Los Veteranos Latinos, Navajo Indians, women, and other American groups that not only participated but helped situate America to what people would term win the war. And so it's the idea of not making additive and accessory stories, right, the little box in the corner, but actually making it a part of the history so that you understand the fuller perspective. Or when we talk about the westward expansion, asking questions as simple as, who was it westward for? Who else might have experienced it? What might they have called it? And how might bringing their perspective, voice, and literature into the conversation round out our understanding of that historical moment without erasing history? When it comes to teacher materials, it was, again, rated as culturally destructive, which basically means that there's little to no direct guidance about how to be culturally responsive, which makes sense, recognizing that most publishers aren't prioritizing that when they're selling their textbooks. And we're engaging in rich training right now based on what we don't know so that we can learn and do better. And so we're very proud of our staff that submitted 6 units that they knew was going to get real, honest feedback. And that feedback has been so gratifying because it's something that we can act on. When you look at Hill pedagogies, they use a different scale. They go anywhere from +6 to -6. +6, they're very satisfied around the evidence of this pursuit. -6, they weren't satisfied or there's little evidence. You're going to notice, as you expect in an amazing school system, that the skills are going to be significantly skewed toward the positive, right? We are a standards-based system that prioritizes academic education, right? It's excellent. And you're going to see close following behind that is intellectual development, because we do want our kids to develop understanding and apply their knowledge. But you're also going to notice that we have a lot of growth to do around identity, right? The idea of who students are, windows. Do they have windows to look into the world and see what they could be, see what others are? Mirrors, do they see themselves in the curriculum? And sliding glass doors, do they feel like they can actually walk through and be that? We have opportunities there to do better. Joy. Do you know that, I have joy, but I didn't know that I was supposed to teach joy, right? And I didn't know that I was supposed to represent joy, but it seems so obvious, right? That it's the multidimensional perspectives that really humanizes people and provides a fuller picture of a whole culture. And finally, where we want to do a lot of growing is criticality and being very explicit with helping our kids to develop that consciousness that allows them to recognize where injustice lives and ask questions and even engage, right? So that they can be a part of the solution, give them a sense of agency. And so from all of that, here are some select recommendations that Hill Pedagogies gave us that Dr. Lovett shortly will tell you how all of the recommendations came together to help us take action. First, they recommended that we engage in the revision of curricular units to embed explicitly the learning goals of intellect, identity, criticality, and joy. That we reconsider authorship with units that present a white perspective or center it so that we can round it out with other perspectives and provide a fuller picture of either literature, history, or any kind of moment in time. Adopt pedagogical models that will guide teachers on how to teach in culturally relevant ways, and I'm very excited for Dr. Lovett to share some of that with you today. To provide implicit bias and anti-racist workshops, and to develop critical community conversations about issues of race and racism. And so to take us to the next step and to show you how we're moving forward and that the set of recommendations are being actualized in action, I'd like to invite Dr. Lovett up.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm going to share with you that our curriculum advisory gathered all of that data together from our focus groups, from our students, from the Hills Pedagogy Report, look through all of the research and refine them into 9 recommendations that we're going to be moving forward with changes in our curriculum and our instruction. So first you'll see, and I want to say, just to make it easy, you're going to be hearing me say culturally relevant and responsive education a lot. Whenever you hear me say that, basically I'm speaking to the fact that we're promoting teachers' ability, supporting teachers in their ability to create conditions where students are experiencing high levels of success. We're making sure that students are allowed to learn about who they are and are affirmed in their identities at school, learning about their heritage and their histories. I am also saying that when we talk about culturally relevant and responsive teaching, that we are going to be moving towards models and practices where we teach kids when we see an injustice in the world, right? That all of those things I'm learning in class, those skills I'm developing, the abilities that I'm gaining and learning how to work with others, I'm going to pull those together and we're going to work to solve our community-based problems or my family's problems or my personal problems. So when I say that, I'm saying all of those things. And as Nader alluded to, as we start teaching the heritage and histories of groups that we've historically marginalized, we cannot just focus on trauma and pain. We have to also emphasize joy, because those folks were more than just that pain and trauma, right? We have to really highlight and elevate their humanity as well. So our kids said, and if we look across that data, it said we needed to do a better job of being culturally relevant and responsive in all of our classes. They said we do it in history and ELA, but we need to be doing it in science. We need to be looking at this in mathematics, all of our subject areas. So that's something that we're moving forward with. 2, they wanted us to do a better job of increasing representation of who's reflected in their classrooms. Again, to support that identity affirmation and development. And again, highlighting those triumphs and challenges from past and present. So increasing representation of groups from different racial backgrounds, linguistic practices and language, abilities, gender identity, sexual orientation, religion, and nationality. And also center student and community voices in the curriculum and in classroom practice to amplify identity and experience. So we know our communities have knowledge and wealth of their own. So we should be tapping into that and partnering with our families to learn about their culture, their histories, and use that in the classroom. So it's not just a textbook, serving our families, having our parents come in, and sharing knowledge that they have and wisdom. 4, we're going to do a better job of making sure that students have opportunities for experience with inquiry and investigation, and offering them choice in exploring more relevant topics using diverse materials. So a little bit more inquiry, not just directed instruction. Approve and communicate an updated diversified text list that we're going to be using across classrooms. So that means we will be purchasing new materials that are culturally relevant, and also provide teachers with support in the implementation of those materials, and also support them in impact on instruction. And that leads to the next one, training teachers in being more culturally relevant and responsive, which I'll speak to in a little bit because we're in the middle of our first week of training. But really highlighting and practicing, as we've done this week, developing thoughtful questions, facilitating discussions, making sure those discussions are productive, and navigating those conversations when they can become challenging. So practicing that as well. In K5 or TK5, we're going to do a better job of teaching history, but not just history, but the historical thinking skills that a historian would use. So analysis, critical analysis, looking at different points of view, and using those primary source documents that normally you would just see in like middle and high school. So doing more work as historians, as practitioners, learning how to use those materials and those analytic skills. We're going to do a better job of providing kids access to our ethnic studies courses. So we do partner with Cal State Long Beach. We offer a few courses at the high school level. So we're looking at expanding Black studies, Chicano studies, and looking at developing those classes, expanding it in the middle school, but also looking at some of those curricular practices and instructional practices from ethnic studies that you don't need to teach that class to use, that would support teachers in being more culturally relevant and responsive. And where our goal is to make sure that we are ensuring that students, we're using their preferred pronouns to support our LGBTQ+ students, and also looking at infusing their heritage and histories into our curriculum as well. So this is what it's going to look like, because we gave them our English language arts units and our history units. So these are the changes that we're going to be working on through the summer and through next year. So again, I talked about inquiry, making sure all of our students are engaging in more higher level pedagogies and ways of experiencing materials, exploring them, coming up with questions, refining those questions, learning in a more concept-based way. We're going to support teachers in revising their guiding questions to make sure that we have a range of questions to promote critical thinking. We're going to include additional texts and student-centered writing opportunities. So again, tapping into what the students are interested in and their families and in their communities in writing tasks. We talked about infusing more history, but also science concepts to make sure kids are having a robust experience, not just English language arts and math, digging into history and science, and looking at the connections across. And in doing this, providing teachers support in more concept-based teaching, but also practices so they can continue to be reflective and refining their practice and growing and being culturally relevant and responsive. So that's elementary English language arts. This is secondary. They are also working to increase representation, doing more with writing tasks, making them more authentic and real world to address problems. Again, that pattern of concept-based learning and inquiry, lots of inquiry. We want our kids not to be just consumers of information and regurgitating facts. We want to promote their ability to be producers of knowledge. And how do you do that? How do you develop your own arguments and ideas from the materials you're studying? And again, providing teachers with support and guidance in those lessons and units, making sure we're asking a range of questions from simple to complex, right? Concrete to abstract, to make sure that we're supporting critical conversations in the classroom that are more open-ended, that give all of our kids entry points into the discussion. And again, a major focus on increasing academic discourse, because that's what our little kiddos said. They said they want to talk and learn from each other. So we need to give them processes to do that. And again, that'll support their ability, the teacher's ability to promote belonging in the classroom. And then lastly, history. So this is what the changes will look like in history. So working to, as Nader alluded to, with some of our units, make sure we're focusing on multiple points of view, making it more inclusive in our history units. Again, expanding and revising our ethnic studies courses. Using our curriculum audit process, we've trained all of our OCI PD staff on the tools that Dr. Mohammed used in the audit. So they've practiced, we've been calibrating so we can move forward to make those adjustments. So we're going to be using that with the textbook adoption process. Adopting more culturally relevant and responsive supplemental materials, and again, partnering with Cal State Long Beach to work on expanding access to ethnic studies and aligning our curriculum. So all of this has fueled a lot of the work that we've started this week. This is our professional development, professional learning series focused on excellence and equity. The best description for that is thinking of all of the different ways that we can promote equity in the classroom and at our sites. So what does that look like to promote access for students? Making sure they have access to higher order thinking and challenge and choice, but also making sure teachers are learning about, again, those higher order pedagogies that we see in our high school classes that are advanced, our AP capstone. So we're kind of working backwards. Those are more concept-based. Those are more inquiry-based. So we should not be waiting till they hit high school. So we're going to start early in TK, giving kids experience and practice so they're ready to go. So this is what you'll see this week. You'll see an infused social emotional learning as a focus, supporting our teachers and ways to support students. We focused on, I'm going to say it again, culturally relevant and responsive practices with our teachers, and having them explore how they see themselves, their identities, how that could impact their practice in the classroom, their choices for materials, because we all know we love certain books that we read when we were little, but those books may not be appropriate for the kids now, right? Maybe, maybe not. So having them engage in that reflection, and then again, promoting that academic success, promoting that ability to be culturally competent, develop that critical consciousness and joy. And as we move forward for the rest of this week, a deep dive into legislation, supports and structures so we can make sure that we're promoting, again, that excellence and equity for our English language learners in the district. So next year, we'll also be working on continuing to audit all of our curriculum. So we started with English language arts and history, and with just a few units. But again, we've trained all of our curriculum leads and our coaches in this process. So we're all going to be moving forward with auditing our curriculum across all of our subjects. We're going to be adopting a new 7th grade textbook and updating the 5th grade lessons that went out this year that were done at home. We're going to be bringing in new materials and adopting curriculum to teach the 5th grade growth and development lessons. We're going to look at the rigor and relevance and levels of those things in our science and math courses to see what courses we need to update. Again, looking at support for English learners across all of our content areas. So not just in English, and in math, but those kids be experiencing science, experiencing history, making sure that they're engaged. Expanding our dual immersion programs, and ongoing professional learning for all of our staff on culturally relevant and responsive practices. So this week starts our professional learning for the summer. We have 4 weeks of training with all of our folks. That's our kickoff. And again, ongoing training throughout the year to make sure we're providing supports to all of our staff. And so do you have any questions?
Well, thank you for that presentation. Mr. Miller, do you have a question?
That was amazing. That was fantastic stuff. I'm going to be honest with you. As I was looking through some of the analysis of previous pedagogies, while also looking at some of the aspirations that we have for the future, I don't want to use the word nervous. I want to say it's going to be a lot of work to reconstruct a district. And I'm thinking about my upbringing through the district that was focused on books like The Great Gatsby or Mice of Men, right? And now we're talking about infusing even more culturally relevant books. I think that it is going to be a culture shock for a lot, but I think it's going to be one for the better. So this was great work and definitely an analysis that I think was well overdue, and I appreciate this type of information, looking forward to the impact that it's going to have on a generation. So, great work.
Dr. Benitez.
So thank you for your work in this area and sort of operationalizing what came out of the survey, the audit, ongoing conversations with students and staff. Honestly, I have mixed feelings. I'm excitedly cautious about this, and I'll share that. On the one hand, the data that we have sort of serves as a referendum on what our district does well and those areas that we can improve on. But it's actually right up to 710, probably only 15, 20 minutes away, that we had walkouts in East LA schools by students, high school students, in the late 1960s, precisely around the issues that we're covering here today from the findings from these surveys, right? Our East LA blowouts, our East LA walkouts. It was high school students that left campuses 20 minutes away from here because they did not see themselves in the curriculum, because they did not read about themselves in our history, other than by us sacrificing our lives in wars, all right? Not seen as contributing to the fabric of this country. So I'm juxtaposing that because my concern was that, as it was with students at that time, that when these issues are highlighted and brought up, that our systems have failed in that regard. And I'll apply it to higher ed as well. We have ethnic studies at Cal State Long Beach, right? Yet very few students actually engage in a culturally responsive, culturally grounded pedagogy. So we talk a great game in higher education about how important ethnic studies is. Ethnic studies didn't come about because one day higher ed educational institutions said, we should offer ethnic studies to students, right? No, it came through precisely the intent of this curriculum. It came through agency, through community action, through this urgency to change systems. So the excited part for me is we have good data here. We have a good roadmap. I think operationalizing it, 40 years after we had, 50 years after we had blowouts, after we had a civil rights movement, after the establishment of ethnic studies, Cal State Long Beach is the second oldest Chicano studies department in the country. All right, yet there's only probably 75, 80 majors right now on a campus that's a Hispanic serving institution. So that's my worry, right? That as a system, 88% of our students are students of color, and that if we don't operationalize this in a way that does exactly what these areas around agency, social action point to, I think that it becomes just a, hey, but we did this, right? A checkbox that gets done. So I have a couple questions. So around the professional development that's occurring this summer, that's in alignment with our curriculum audit. How will we know that we're successful with what our professional development intentionality is regarding alignment of pedagogy and curriculum? And if you could just talk in broad strokes, right? Because we haven't completed the professional development and we're just coming out of developing these findings.
Well, I'm going to say that the topic that you just brought up was part of our training this week, making sure that our teachers understand the significance of the work by looking back at history. So we learned about those students and talked about it's been a long time coming that we do a better job of increasing representation. So we, again, focused on, we had foundations, talked about history, talked about implicit bias, systems of advantage and oppression, how that plays out in schools. Then we really dug deep in those areas of academic success and intellectualism. We set specific goals for each, as well as cultural competence and critical consciousness. And then I'll give you an example for today. So we went through those modules focused on equity and excellence, and then in the afternoon, all of my colleagues from the various subject areas, we've been planning and again focusing on those targeted goals. So what do we want to see for academic success? So our focus on concept-based learning, I trained our staff on that. They developed their breakout sessions based on that. So in PE, art, science, you can name all of the different subject areas. The focus this afternoon that we engaged all of our teachers with was on concept-based instruction, concept building, refining questions, and then having our teachers work on a framework that we developed with Dr. Mohammed that focuses on those areas that helps them think through whatever content materials they have at hand. They could kind of lay it on that template and think through, how am I addressing the needs in these different areas, right? Academic success, intellectualism, cultural competence, criticality, and joy. So they can start seeing the gaps, what they need to pull in, where they need to spend more time. And I was sharing with Christy that teachers were so excited because they said, this is something I get. I can use this right away. We don't even have to have new stuff yet. And this will help me figure out if I'm spending my time in one area more than another. So we're trying to be very practical and be very targeted about the strategies and approaches that we're going to use and make sure we're digging deep. So as we plan our ILTs, we've already been discussing what that concept-based learning is going to look like. What's level 2 going to look like? What's level 3 going to look like? How that's going to be infused throughout the training. And then as you saw, pulling in more history and science. So making sure kids see the connections in those areas. So we're trying to be very targeted and making sure that we model, we practice, and give teachers time to collaborate and focus on supporting each other and kind of checking each other too in order to make these changes in our curriculum. So I hope that was.
Yeah, absolutely. Just one follow-up, Dr. Lovett, because I don't want to monopolize. So I appreciate you sharing that very concrete sort of example and the breadth of what that means, right? So, and I've shared this with our esteemed Dr. Brown here. I think that part of, again, my cautious excitedness is the research tells us that unless there's a explicit acknowledgement, right, to contextualize, it's not that all of a sudden we decided we're going to pivot our curriculum in this direction, that it was based on many of the principles of why we have ethnic studies, as an example, in the first place, right, that it was community agency, student agency, that students lost their lives on the steps of UCLA's lecture halls, right, demanding for ethnic studies to be offered, that the concept-based learning, again, grounds that from a theoretical and content perspective. But I also think there's an opportunity here through our project-based efforts, through our CTE efforts. We don't have service learning anymore in our district, right, as a requirement. That I think this is where we can also leverage partnerships in the community, right? So again, great foundational work here, but again, the acknowledgement is our public education system has failed, right? As good as we are vanguardish in LBUSD, and I think that provides the context for the agency, right? Because even when we read about each other, and I want to emphasize too that this isn't a curriculum for students of color, all right? That when we talk about experiencing reading, talking about different cultures and backgrounds, it's as beneficial, if not more, for our privileged white students, all right? And so when you ask Latino students, again, just basing it on research, do you read about different cultures, different perspectives? Well, 58% of our students here are Latino, so anyone that they read about that's white is of a different background and culture, all right? So again, I want to emphasize just the excitedness, but that cautiousness because, I've been 25 years at Cal State Long Beach. We're still having a conversation about equity, inclusion, even though we have an ethnic studies program, even though we've partnered with LBUSD. So I really would love to continue the conversation around embedding a culturally relevant, culturally responsive pedagogy is a big, huge task, all right? How we then measure success with that, and very, very similar to our CAC recommendations, right, is just as important, if not more important, particularly like how are we going to measure this in terms of not the academic part, because we're doing really well, right, with the intellectual development, the skills development, but what are we going to look for in terms of students' civic engagement? What are we going to look for in terms of students' commitment and reflection around social action, right? And I think that's where, again, community-based learning, project-based learning, our CTE work, link learning is as important. So that's what I would do the follow-up with Dr. Lovett. So where does that leave us in terms of these other areas so that this doesn't seem like it's in a vacuum?
So when I speak about concept-based pedagogies, so it is allowing students to make those connections from their lives to the curriculum and moving towards more problem-based practices. So teachers collecting that information from students, again, students increasing options for choice, kids sharing about issues in their communities that they like to take action on. So we are really speaking towards what you were saying about being very civically engaged. Today our teachers discussed the importance of critical consciousness, and we looked at research on how that really does increase student engagement, how it increases students' ability, or I guess it rounds out a strong academic skill set that they're able to develop and grow in. So we are moving towards the concept-based piece is just to get started, really to help support our teachers in facilitating discussion, which will lead into these broader concepts and ideas, these challenging ideas and problems, and then again, that agency supporting students in taking action together, identify injustice, name it, and then work to address it and change it. And I just wanted to speak to the foundation session that we provided in the training this summer. We did take a historical perspective. So we did talk about the origins of our country. We did talk about the development of systems of advantage and oppression and how those play out. We went nationally, and we also looked at the history of Long Beach. We used the civil rights timeline from the city of Long Beach, and we dug into that information. And so again, we touched on those students at Poly High School in 1968 that walked out and developed the Chicano Studies programs at Cal State Long Beach. Ernest McBride, who fought injustices here in Long Beach, so we have those models. And that's another piece that we're working on, really, and Dr. Mohammed highlighted the fact that we should have these mentor units and highlight these folks that were agentic and fought injustice and looked at how they worked individually and collaboratively in their communities to work for change. So that's the direction that we are going in.
Mr. Otto and then Ms. Kerr.
Sure. Well, it's a very impressive presentation, and but I had the same kinds of questions that Juan did about is this going on throughout the country? Is it going on in certain places? Is California or Southern California more advanced than other places? And are there places where this has been very successful already, and you're using that as a model? I mean, I just looked at something on my computer right at the end of your presentation of something that was going on 50 years ago in Long Beach and other places, and thinking, we're still doing this. And it's not a lot different, but it's very inspiring. I want some context.
Mm-hmm. So, since we're working to improve achievement for those groups that historically we have not served well in our district, we did look to models that focused on research where teachers, whether they were of color or not, looked at teachers who had high success with students in communities of color, mm-hmm. and the things that they actually did. So that's where we get the notion of, focusing on Dr. Gloria Latson Billings and her 3 pillars, focusing on academic success, cultural competence, and critical consciousness. We pulled in the work of Dr. Tara Yosso because we sort of need to expand our understanding of what capital means. It's not just about money and degrees, but the wealth that we have in communities of color and how we need to have a better understanding of that so we can get to know our kids and help support them and maintain those varied forms of capital that they have. And then also looked at the work of along with Dr. Mohammed, just other scholars that really have done work with students of color and seen that achievement. And again, that research from Harvard, from Graves and Cedar on critical consciousness. So I could go on, but we decided let's focus on our graduate profile. So if kids need to be ethical decision makers and critical thinkers and creative thinkers, let's look at that. And then we need to work backwards. All of our kids need to have those types of experiences. So that's the work that we're trying to make sure we promote with our teachers, teaching them about it, and making sure that we take those steps to support them in implementing it in their classrooms.
Ms. Kerr.
Yes, thank you for a great presentation. It's the example of you've been doing this work amidst all of the other work that's been happening this year, all of the other things, and the commitment to this is so evident. And so I'm grateful for you being here and for the team that you are creating behind the scene. Nader, you already said we have the data that the kids are already there. We had a presentation from Stevens Middle School earlier this year about wanting to have, they told us this very thing, we want to talk about the hard stuff, we're ready. And I think the thing that that I know to be true is that this whole thing isn't going to necessarily be comfortable, especially for the grown-ups in the room, because the kids are ready, and it's our job to modify what we do, our practices, our traditions, things that we think have worked for a long time, and to see them in ways that the kids are asking us to. So that requires a change in our adult behaviors and our adult practices. And I know that for me, that's the hardest thing, is for me to change me, because I think I'm right a lot. And now one of the other things you said that I thought was is a good model for this is not a passing thing. This is a deep commitment. I'm hearing from my colleagues on the board and the superintendent that we are deeply committed to this work. This isn't a flash in the pan. This is work we're acknowledging is long overdue. There are harms to be rectified, and this isn't something we do on the side, and it's not the box in the corner. I think that's such a great visual, because I know that I was a learner and I found those little boxes fascinating, and I often went to them first because they were that thing that I felt connected to, not necessarily the big long text in the middle of the page. So as I say begin the early stages of this work, and the other thing I'll say is it sounds really big, and I appreciate that you gave us an elementary example and a secondary example, because engaging in criticality looks different for a 7-year-old than it does for an 11th grader. And so when we hear that word, I think I tend to make it more difficult than it is. But if I ask a 7-year-old to solve a problem, they have a very clear way sometimes of solving that problem. But giving them the opportunities to do it in the culturally relevant and responsible way. So thank you for putting that in and reminding us that this will be developmentally appropriate and age appropriate as we move up, but as we also move backwards. And that we continue to provide ongoing support. So we're training teachers this summer. We're talking about ILTs, but it's important for me, because this is deeply important to me as a board member, and I think it's a value to our district, that this is a forever commitment to the work. And it isn't a 1 year of training, and next year we're going to move to something else. We're going to move to a deeper level of this next year, and then a deeper level after that. So thank you for the information. I think there are so many details. This probably could have been a 300-page response to the work that you've been doing. I appreciate that you gave us the notes on who helped us do this work, because often we know we can't do it alone, and we called in people who, as you said, would be critical of us so that we can know better and do better. So thank you for this great overview of what is incredibly deep work that's been happening for months and will continue. Thank you.
So thank you, everyone. Mr. Miller.
Yeah, I did have one more question. I think I know the answer to it. It's actually more for Jill. How often do we do this equity curriculum audit here?
This is the first probably in a couple of decades at least.
Yeah,
to acknowledge that doesn't mean that there weren't efforts going on. So we've had a nationally known curriculum staff for many years for how they have supported teachers, trained teachers, and we are known for that. This specific thing with this specific focus is new.
Got it. And so one of the questions that came up from my colleagues was talking about how do we gauge success? And I think that we can gauge it upon setting the foundation with an initial audit and then comparing those statistics against the next year and then following year, so on and so forth. So when it comes to this style of audit and being able to ask our students the same questions, I think that if we audit our finances every year, why wouldn't we audit the type of curriculum that we're providing our students in the same time period as well?
So I think an opportunity right now to thread the needle between Dr. Benitez's question, Ms. Kerr's insights, and your question is, we're spending a lot of time learning from Dr. Muhammad, and we don't want to outsource the responsibility for this. We learned a lot from this process and picked things that we knew were going to be hard to hear because we wanted to learn it deeply. And since she left, we have been teaching our staff how to do this, because what we don't want is for a curriculum audit event. What we want is an equity orientation. And so we are training our staff in how to look for these things as they're developing and critiquing curriculum around representation, social justice, teacher materials. We're learning too. No one wakes up in the morning wanting to do intentional harm, I hope, right? But we don't know what we don't know. And so until someone tells us, we don't know how to fill the gap. And that's what this experience has been. And it took tremendous vulnerability and courage. So that is something that I have to say with deep admiration for the staff. But I think the idea that we're building our capacity and we're going to calibrate with friends from the outside through the different networks that we're a part of, perhaps visiting again with Dr. Mohammed should we ever get that privilege again. But I think we want to take responsibility for the audit. And one of the first things that you're going to see are revisions that are visible in the actual curriculum. You're going to see multidimensional representations that maybe weren't there before. You're going to see treatments of subjects that maybe were the little box in the corner, but are now actually a unit of study, right? Because they're going to give you the perspective that you're supposed to have. So there's going to be very visible stuff. We've also been very transparent with our teachers during this training week in putting out the knowledge and skills, right? Here's what we're hoping we are teaching you. Here's what we're hoping you're learning. And at the end, their evaluation of us is calibrated to that. So at the end of the sessions, we ask them, how well did we help you learn this? And then what additional support do you need as we move into the fall, recognizing that it's not a one-touch spray and pray, right? That we're committed, we're dug in, and we're gonna lock arms with you, and we're gonna learn too. And we've been engaging in very difficult conversations with our staff. And I'm talking about at the school sites in these conversations, we've been having little chats on the side, calling people in, working through those difficult conversations. And it's messy, but it's right. And so I think that what you're going to find, especially with our staff, is that this is a deep moral imperative. It's not a task. The day that it becomes a box, I mean, it is too tiring to make it a task, right? A checkbox. It is woven into the fiber of this department, and I'm really excited for what we're going to produce and reproduce when that gets critiqued as well.
Ms. Kerr?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Kell, this is more for you. So we're talking about amplified materials, supplemental materials. I'm curious just from a practical standpoint that I imagine that there aren't a lot of current textbooks that exist to help us do this work better. So what kind of challenges are we going to face in terms of getting materials? So coming up with those lists of what those books are. What are some of the practical things that you'll be working through on that front?
Sure, and you're giving me a nice opportunity to say thank you to a couple of team members who aren't here today but have done a lot of work and will continue to do so. So Jen Della Faulkner, who is our elementary ELA curriculum leader, Jen Crockett, our secondary ELA curriculum leader, and Alan Shepard, our history curriculum leader. So they've been doing a lot of the work behind the scenes. One of the things that is going to be challenging, and we heard from teachers this week, is they're very excited to bring new resources in. They're fired up. They want to bring new resources in, but they also want guidance from us on how do we pick those resources? How do we know what's good or what's not good? There is so much out there. There's whole curriculums out there that people can grab off the internet and just bring into their classrooms. And so we're trying to be very intentional about letting our teachers know that they can expect that our office will select materials and will embed those materials into course outline documents and unit documents so that teachers can access them and not have to do that work on their own. Some of the challenges inherent in the work is it's very time intensive, right? So it takes a long time to have a committee read a book, and then we have a set of criteria that we've been using for many, many years to determine appropriateness of books. And sometimes when we look at the newer books or books that come representative of particular communities, there may be things in those books that we're not used to seeing in our books and that we don't typically approve. So we're having a lot of internal conversations about that and thinking a lot about how we will come back to you with a recommendation, a text list recommendation. I do want to mention that we don't do this alone. We reach out to our networks. So I meet with Council for Great City Schools curriculum folks every month. And then we are also part of an Aspen Institute, which brings together folks. And so we'll be working with, I think, Friday, Denver, who's also working on equity issues. So we have a lot of opportunities to reach out and interface with other districts who are doing this work. So we don't feel like we're entirely alone. But there is going to be a hard lift in terms of determining our internal processes so that we feel comfortable and yet feel like we're moving forward and making real progress. And can I just give a shout out to our level offices? So our level offices have been doing so much parallel work, and our superintendent has really mobilized all of the assistant superintendents around our own equity agendas. So it's not as if curriculum is just off in a vacuum doing this work and maybe it lands, maybe it doesn't. We're going to be collaborating with our colleagues, and so there's a 2-day institute that our principals will be attending. Equity is going to be a foremost topic at that institute, and we're going to be talking there about what are the kinds of things that we're expecting to see in classrooms that will be looking different, and defining those things together. So that's part of the way that we'll be looking at how do you know if there's been an impact. So that work doesn't happen just in curriculum, it happens across the district with our colleagues. So I wanted to make sure I recognize that.
Dr. Benitez.
Dr. Kale, so I'm going to pitch something to you based on the last point that you made. So you're right, it is time-intensive work. So let's apply, we referenced her, Tara Yoso's community cultural wealth model here in this case. Let's have the students guide and do some of that work through project-based learning. And I'm borrowing here again from ethnic studies. The first few years of ethnic studies, it was the students that led the self-studies, right? It was the students that helped identify, because there was a lack of resources. We have more resources now than we did 50, 60 years ago. Let's engage our students through, again, the approach that we were talking about, to co-design with us, their families, right? That all of you referred to are assets, gifts, talents. Let's reflect it through this work, right? Let's share in the responsibility.
They're way ahead of us. I mean, they're constantly bringing books to their teachers' attention, who then brings the books to the curriculum leader's attention. So they're all about this. So I think it's a great idea to include them more formally in the process.
And again, we're that commitment to raising and centering student voices. How proud would we be as a district 3 years from now, 5 years from now, to say this, revised, revamped, reimagined pedagogy and its supporting documentation was co-created, co-designed with the students and the families that were present, right, and active and engaged through a community-based community project that was intentional and formal district-wide. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this has been a very robust conversation, but we still have so much more to talk about tonight. We thank you so much for the work you've done and for this excellent presentation. But let's move on to the 2021-22 budget, local control and accountability plan, and learning acceleration and support plan, and that is a mouthful. Dr. Baker.
Thank you. So tonight continues our conversation that brings together the approval of the 2021-2022 budget, the local control and accountability plan, and our learning acceleration and support plan. And so in our series, this is number 4 of the session that brings these big concepts together, so that as you're thinking about the approval of the district budget and the LCAP, you also have an opportunity to hear about the 4th pillar of our learning acceleration and support plan. And so we'll begin tonight with a focus on the district budget.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. The budget information that we'll be providing this evening will be a review of information that we provided before. We don't have an update to the budget, particularly because the state budget deliberations continue. And they will continue, and they will come to an agreement, and then the governor will sign the budget. And so we've got a couple of steps to go before we know the full revenue picture for the school district. So we're going to ask you to approve a budget tonight that was submitted to you 3 weeks ago, just knowing that that budget will need to be revised when our full revenue picture is known. And so we have 45 days after that budget is adopted to submit our revisions. And so we will be bringing that back to you in the September timeframe. From that point on, we go to looking at our execution of the budget with our first interim and second interim financial reports, and then we roll right back into budget development for the following year. So it is a continual process, and it is a process that has many opportunities for updating the board and the community on our budget status, as well as continuing budget deliberations. So our themes for the 2021-22 budget is it incorporates higher than expected state revenues. So last year there was an expectation that there would be a protracted dip in state revenues. That hasn't materialized per the Department of Finance, and so we are incorporating a 5.0% cost of living adjustment. Cost of living adjustment is a year-over-year increase in funding to the school district. So it's 5.07% for next year. In our out years, we're projecting 1.28% and 1.61%. In 2019-20, there was a 0% cost of living adjustment. So you see that COLA can vary widely, and we just really have to keep that in mind when it comes to planning for the future. In addition, our budget contains significant one-time revenues from the state relief and from federal relief. So approximately $150 million in state revenues and federal revenues that are one-time in nature that will be used to address our post-pandemic needs. Enrollment is a risk area more than in any other year. Approximately half of our students return to in-person instruction. And so when we open for full in-person instruction in the fall, this is an area we want to point out as an area of vulnerability for us. And then lastly, funding has been incorporated into the learning, funding has been coordinated to support the learning acceleration and support plan. So we've taken all of our supplemental resources, put them together to support the plans that we bring to you to support our students. So enrollment and cost of living adjustments are really the linchpins of our budget. And you'll see for over a decade, our enrollment has been declining at approximately 2% annually. This year has been an exception where our enrollment dipped approximately 3%. We're projecting a return to our 2% enrollment decline. So these are assumptions that we're making and projections that we're making. It's not a certainty. We will make very aggressive efforts to outreach to our families, to return back to our system, and to outreach to new families to in fact enroll in our system. But this projection is very challenging in light of the circumstances, our current circumstances that we face. And just looking at the macro level of our budget, when we look to indicators of our financial health, we look at our ending balances. That's money that's left over after the year, and that provides some cushion in the event that we have some adverse financial conditions happening to us. And so you'll see that over the course of the last few years, we have spent less than we've taken in, and we've been building up our ending balances. But you'll see that we're projecting in succeeding years a deficit spending pattern emerging. And so we want to push out deficit spending as much as possible. So to the extent that we get additional revenues and we can continue to push out deficit spending, the more time we have to really make adjustments and to prioritize our investments. So again, these out-year projections, they're just projections. It's based on COLA assumptions that we make, as well as enrollment, in which we have projected a return back to 2% enrollment decline.
Yumi, can you say a little bit about how you do those projections about enrollment? It almost seems like a Ouija board to me. I know that there are things that we do, but
Yes.
I mean, is there state-of-the-art ways of looking at it, or you understand what I mean? How do we do it?
So we have been taking an average of the past 3 years. So no 1 year is going to swing our enrollment projections that wildly. We just take the past 3 years and then bring forward the enrollment. Yeah. So it's not quite a Ouija board. There is some methodology and calculations involved in it. So before we turn to our LCAP and to our Learning Acceleration Support Plan, just wanted to provide this graphic for you once again. This is our budget from a funding and program perspective. You'll see the bottom, this is our local control funding formula that we get, comprised of our base and supplemental and concentration grants. That funding and its uses are all articulated in the local control accountability plan, which we'll ask you to adopt this evening. Above that, we have state grants and entitlements that are comprised of our special education funding, in which you approved our SELPA plan a few board meetings ago, our extended learning opportunities plan, that one-time money of $55 million, in which you approved a plan for that, our in-person instruction grant, that's a one-time grant that we got to support in-person learning, as well as money for instructional materials in our after-school programs. And above that, we have our federal grants and entitlements. That includes our traditional Title I, Title II, Title III programs, as well as our federal funding, that one-time federal funding, we call that ESSER, of approximately $70 million, and additional special education funding that's also articulated in our SELPA plan. So again, a recap of plans that are required to be approved by the board versus a plan that is not required to be approved by the board. We have our local control accountability plan, so a condition of receiving local control funding formula dollars is approval of a plan. You approve the ELO plan, the SELPA plan, and of course the single plan for student achievement, those specific school site plans that are approved by you that articulate how school sites are addressing the needs of their specific school populations. And then the plan that is not required, this is our district plan, is a district learning acceleration and support plan. It really brings together the programs and activities to address our post-pandemic needs and articulates in a very transparent way how we're funding these programs. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Tagore unless there are questions on the budget.
So in the next 4 slides, I'm going to summarize the local control and accountability plan, which reflects much of the presentation that we received on June 2, but also incorporates feedback from our stakeholders as provided during the public hearing. It also incorporates feedback from the Los Angeles County Office of Education, with which we engage to ensure that we're in compliance with education code and regulations. It is not a mandatory step of the process, but it is one that we take very seriously, and we understand that it's a luxury of ours, having provided the draft in advance to our public, that we engage our compliance authorities so that they can continue to provide us feedback as well before the board finalizes it. So what the board will be voting on today reflects both stakeholder feedback from the community as well as from the LA County Office of Education. This entire process has gone on for the past year, and I'll describe in greater detail what that amounts to in the next slide. But I'd just like to point out the second bullet point on this slide, which is something that Yumi alluded to in her previous slide around the required plans. So we made a great deal of effort to ensure that the goals of the LCAP align with the 2017 through 2022 strategic plan goals that the board adopted back in 2017. They also align with the Excellence and Equity initiatives, as well as the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan. But throughout this process as well, we made a point of ensuring that it was aligned with our Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant Plan, which the board approved back in May. And there was also further consultation with our SELPA so that it aligns with the Special Education Plan. The formal consultation occurred just last week so that we finalized and ensured that what you had approved in the SELPA was also reflected in the LCAP. All of which is to say, this is ensuring that the plan that is approved by the board reflects, the totality to the extent possible of the work that the district is engaging in, so that schools, as they work with their school site councils to create their single plan for student achievement, will have a centralizing document to refer to. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, and as the board has seen since we began this journey back in August, this has been a year-long effort. We started with the budget engagement process, which produced close to 5,000 participants and 4,000 responses. We continued those efforts with our community partners, including the Children's Defense Fund California, Public Advocates, Latinos in Action, Black Lives Matter Long Beach, and many other community stakeholder groups that have participated and engaged with the district. That led to a second thought exchange that the district utilized specifically to address the needs of the LCAP back in May. And that produced an additional 3,500 participants and another close to 2,000 responses. So in totality, what we see reflected here is close to 8,500 participants, approximately 6,000 responses, over 175,000 ratings, and 2 community forums that were collaborated on with our community partners. In addition to all of the district meetings, all of the thought exchange forums that we conducted on our own, as well as feedback from our school sites. So it's been a holistic effort that naturally we can always continue to improve upon. But I think for the purposes of what we accomplished this year, as it relates to the pandemic, it has been a monumental achievement for our stakeholders in our community to be as engaged as they've been. And we're very grateful for that. This is a graphic that I shared with the board last time on June 2 during the public hearing, and it simply reflects the fact that our strategic plan goals and our LCAP goals are aligned. For the purposes of complying with the requirements of the LCAP, we had to split that second goal, which focuses on providing a safe, welcoming, respectful, and rigorous learning environment for every member of the school, into 2 goals in the LCAP. But you can be assured that what you see reflected in our LCAP goals match with what we have in our strategic plan here locally. And so lastly, when you look at those LCAP goals and you see it broken down by the 5 areas, going from basic services through having a safe, inviting, engaging, and supported place for students to learn in, academic progress, college and career readiness, and active engagement from both students and families, you'll see that the district has made a commitment of $750 million, roughly speaking, which is the base and the supplemental concentration grant fund in the graphic that Yumi shared at the start of the presentation. About 3/4 of these dollars are allocated toward academic progress, as you can imagine. That includes not just basic instruction and instruction-related services, but also our Black Student Achievement Initiative, our English learner supports, early learning systems, and a whole integrated set of supports for our students K through 12, including tutoring and other interventions specifically designed to target learning recovery. You will also see that roughly 8% of it goes toward social emotional learning, related activities, and student engagement. That would reflect goals 2 and 5 put together. Naturally, most of this is overlapping with one another, but these are the basic categories that fit within the compliance requirements of the LCAP. And even when you dig deep into some of these items, for example, college and career readiness, $20.5 million, the vast majority of it goes toward counseling services, and we know that counseling services are being geared towards social emotional learning support in the upcoming school year. Lastly, just to take one particular program, because it was mentioned during public testimony, when we look, for example, at English learner support, there is a couple $1 million allocated in academic progress, specifically designed for English learners and to support their unique needs. That includes our language accessibility initiative, as was recommended by our District English Learner Advisory Committee. But that's just one part of the supports that they receive. Naturally, they receive all of the other supports from other interventions that are in the academic progress component. And as you go up the triangle or up that pyramid, you will see that there's English learner support every step along the way. So it is in that base. It is also in the supplemental concentration under the LCAP. You will also see it under state grants through the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant, for example. And then you'll see it in federal programs under Title III, all the way up to local resources as well. So while the LCAP is a snapshot that encompasses much of the resources that the district has, it isn't all-inclusive, and I think it's worth pointing that out because our public understandably wants to know exactly what kinds of supports our English learners are receiving. On that note, I'm happy to turn it over to Dr. Baker to talk about our Learning Acceleration Support Plan, but I'm also happy to pause for any questions or comments from the board on the LCAP.
Dr. Benitez.
Thank you, Mr. Tagorda. And you just referenced it. So, and maybe Dr. Baker, if she's going to cover this in her comments, I'll hold off in the question. So, last month we talked about how some things are intentionally not detailed out in these big bucket areas. And I think it would be important to highlight sort of the rationale, right? Whether it's because we're going to still seek community input on these things to hash out the details, while others may be there, all right, explicitly, whether that's our Black Student Achievement Initiative. You just pointed to the example of our English learner support. Can you talk a little bit more about our thinking as to, and we heard this in public comment, right? The advocacy for wanting things in detail under each category. And I'm saying that because we're also having sort of similar conversations with community members around, well, where is that in the budget, right? For those things that are not specifically detailed out. One of the things I asked in our budget committee meeting today is, for future, Dr. Baker, for future, if there was a way to code when we have our consent our consent items, we get these pages and pages of, vendor agreements, contracts, that if we could code that's pillar 3 in this, or that's pillar 3 and it's one-time funding, right? So that we could get a sense on an ongoing basis how it aligns with the pillars, with the pyramid that we have, and then ultimately with our LCAP. Priority. So I'm just providing that as context, Mr. Tagorda, for where my
this is a basic framework just for the purposes of the LCAP and EL support, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Baker as well if she has other thoughts. One is that because it is a state-required document, we have to ensure compliance with it, right? We literally can't access those resources if it's not a compliant document. And in the specific case, for example, of English learner support, we had added additional details that attempt to portray all of the nuances that some members of our community had desired. But because of the requirements of the template for for that particular component, we were actually asked to remove some of those details so that it can comply within that. So that's one basic framework. I think the other is accessibility. So, when you have a document that's already 200 pages long, you try to figure out ways where you can balance, breadth with accessibility as well. So that's another kind of nuance. And then I think there's also a thought process around what is the most appropriate communication mechanism by which to convey the information that our public desires. And I think in many cases, that was a driving force behind the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan, because it is one that is locally controlled, not required by any other entity, and it enables us to have it reflect our values as an institution. So in many cases, I would make the argument, personally make the argument, that the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan is actually what drives the work that we're doing. And we're using these other plans to activate the resources. But that if the community is seeking that kind of real depth of understanding, it should naturally belong in what we consider to be a local plan as opposed to a compliance document.
And I think I'll just mention before we wrap up this part that you will be leaving us after next week. And so I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for all your work and your service. I first met you because of your community engagement efforts with Long Beach Council PTA, and you have been so wonderful in working with the community and all your work with the LCAP and everything else. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank you, and I wish you well in whatever you choose to do next. So thank you.
Are we doing that now, Madam President? Are we?
Yes, I did that right now.
In that case, Robert, you and I first interacted at an A through G big event at Cal State Long Beach. Remember, Robert? What was that? 12 years ago? 13 years ago? 10 years ago?
Yeah, it was at least 12 years ago. Yes.
Yeah, around whether our district was going to consider doing an A through G default curriculum.
That's right. Yes.
Remember, and we sort of co-hosted that event. So there you go, President.
Right. And we're doing this, so we're all walking down memory lane. I first met you in the Jordan Auditorium years and years ago during the first visioning around North Long Beach that the district was doing. And I'm so grateful for your continued engagement and watching over the last several years. Looking at this timeline of budget engagement is a very different document than it was 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago. And it's very clear the intentionality to engage and to answer and to show up and to respond and to integrate what you've been hearing and what your team has been hearing in all of these different creative ways of engaging, especially over the last year. Thank you for that hard work, and thank you for your continued engagement. We are better for having you, so thank you.
Thank you. It's been an honor for me to serve alongside this board, our executive staff, our schools, all of our district departments over the past decade and a half. It's been a wonderful journey. I've learned so much, and I've grown, and I'll miss everyone here because it's created such a wonderful culture of collaboration and support. And so it's been about students, which I've appreciated, especially those like me who come from my own background as an immigrant, as an English learner, as a low-income student growing up. I've been grateful for the opportunity to serve alongside you. But I actually like to take this opportunity to acknowledge two people who are also retiring today, who are on my staff, who may not necessarily receive the acknowledgement. You'll see it in the personnel board. But our accountant for our RAP program, Rosemary Juan, is retiring after many years of service. Our recruiter for our migrant ed program, Luz Canela, is also retiring after many years of service. And I've had the privilege of representing their work here for the board and for the community, but they're the ones who are on the front lines every single day. And so I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge their work because they've been phenomenal. And I've appreciated working alongside them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. You leave an indelible imprint in Long Beach Unified School District, and we will be forever grateful for that and the work that you've done. So we'll end tonight reviewing a little bit about the district learning acceleration and support plan. And then I'm just going to share a few things about Pillar 4 to bring us to closure tonight. So as a reminder, and it's been said several times, the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan is not a required plan. It is our attempt to bring coherence across multiple funding sources in a way that allows us to think deeply about improving the core classroom experience for our students. Doing that by supporting teachers in professional development, by investing in an infrastructure, by investing in supports for students specifically related to the core classroom experience. You've heard a number of aspects of our work where teachers are in training this summer. That's part of our Learning Acceleration and Support Plan. More than $12 million has been invested this summer in teacher development so that every student's core classroom experience has the potential to be enhanced because of the work that we're doing this summer. The second part of our Learning Acceleration Support Plan is to ensure that students, especially in a post-pandemic environment, have the supports that they need. You've heard that reference also to the pyramid, meaning that core at the bottom, every student experiences an enhanced version of Long Beach Unified School District classrooms, and then students receive what they need. Moving up that pyramid to the students with greatest needs receive the greatest support. And so this plan brings together multiple funding sources, and this gets complicated to talk about when you talk about a $1.1 billion district budget, but it integrates one-time COVID resources, state and federal. It incorporates LCFF, other state and federal revenues, and then Title I. And it's the ultimate opportunity for us to think about the needs of our students first, and then blend our resources together to think about that from a holistic perspective. And so you remember there are 4 pillars. We spent time the first night talking about academic acceleration and supports and the ways that we will invest, especially in that first year, greatly around academic acceleration and supports. On the second night, we talked about social emotional learning and wellness and how we are aiming to meet the needs of what we expect our students who are returning to school buildings, meet the needs through multiple strategies at the core level, but in terms of things like enhancement of the units that teachers teach. When students come back to the classroom, allowing them the space and time to experience a classroom differently before they're getting into what many think of as really the hardcore, rigorous academics. And then we've talked about engagement and voice. And in the last meeting, we talked about our strategic way that we're working with partners, centering student voice, and really uplifting some strategies around student voice. So tonight we'll complete the pillars around a discussion of infrastructure. And I'll just acknowledge a few things relative to infrastructure. So infrastructure has to do with all classrooms and schools. And I'll use an example when we get into some of the expenditures that will impact all classrooms and schools. It's this opportunity also to think about not just the infrastructure of things, but the infrastructure of building competency and approach. So you'll hear me talk in a moment about an investment in the Human Resource Services Department around teacher quality and workforce diversity. It's also an investment in our data infrastructure. So you've heard, and actually we heard several community voices and in our discussion talking about metrics and how do you know something works? And when you see that declining enrollment and a budget that goes downward, how do you make a decision about what you cut? And so this infrastructure addresses quality of data. It also addresses the issue of program evaluation. So many of the investments that we'll make, we will have an evaluation of that program to say when the one-time money, when $400 million runs out, we will have to make decisions about what we continue to spend in the district and what we continue to invest in. Having a program evaluation system will allow us to make data-informed decisions. And then lastly, thinking about our technology infrastructure, which is a big thinking. I'm talking about investment in redesign of our website and thinking about enhancements to things like Canvas and the tools that teachers and operationally we need to use to be effective as a school district. And so this infrastructure addresses not everything, but I will say that we're really fortunate. So you've heard over time, you've heard about our bond program, and you know the work that goes on in our district through Measure E and through the many ways that we have funded enhancements to school physical buildings. Many districts across the country are having to spend this money as we spend our bond money. And so we're fortunate because our taxpayers have supported enhancements through bonds that we can spend this right down to the classroom level and the infrastructure that supports every teacher and the operations of our district as an infrastructure. And so some examples, so you have now the 4 pillars handout, and I'm just going to highlight a few things from your other handout. These are screenshots of what you have in front of you around investments in infrastructure. And again, I'll just point out these are drafts, so we are working fast and furiously with our budget office, and I'll tell you about the timeline that we're upon in these next few weeks, but these are estimates. So making an investment in teacher quality and increasing workforce diversity. You can see funds from LCFF that will go to Human Resource Services around their talent strategy, which means enhancement of the way that we think about hiring, recruiting, and retaining a highly qualified, diverse, and inclusive workforce. In addition, enhancement of teacher quality calls upon Human Resource Services to think about supervision and evaluation systems and how that aligns to a culturally competent approach in classrooms. I'll call attention, if you look down that, you can see the big investment that we'll make in technology. I won't even speak to that tonight, but just to call attention to classroom infrastructure. So we have classrooms that have furniture that does not represent the current way that we teach in classrooms. In fact, all joking aside, we have classrooms with desks that are 40 and 50 years old. And so teaching has changed a lot, the way we expect our students to talk to each other, the way that teachers want to set up and move things around. We want to recognize that some students like to stand when something's going on in class while others like to sit. And so this is a $15 million investment over 3 years' time to advance what a classroom looks like and feels like for teachers. And Dr. Benitez, to your point, that will be informed. So there's an investment on paper that will be informed by the voice of teachers, administrators, and students who experience that environment, and the plan will be created from this investment with those voices in mind. You can see other enhancements, specific Title I classrooms that are transitional kindergarten classrooms, the bottom of that page, an investment, $1 million investment in enhancing the transitional kindergarten classrooms to be reflective of the early learning environment that we want. And then if you look to the last page, you'll notice I highlighted an investment in program evaluation. So we are really fortunate to have an incredible research office in the district. Over time, they did not have enough staff. Over the last several years, they did not have enough staff to be able to do program evaluation. And so this offers us an opportunity to in-house build the capacity of our research office to be program evaluators with additional staff who will be both in schools and then looking at internal data to help us make decisions that are data-driven. So when we look at our literacy programs, we'll actually have documentation of student progress in relation to expenditures, and we'll be able to use that data to make decisions as we go forward into the future. That isn't just end of course data that we'll use to make a decision. We'll have folks that will help us to make mid-year corrections that will help us to know in year 2, is this something that we're seeing really early results in that we want to expand or that we want to retract? And so we'll look forward to both building the capacity but also having additional staff for the next several years to help us to build a data system that reflects what we want to enhance in the district. And so a public reminder that our team is committed to transparency to the best degree possible. And so Renee Arcus, who you have come to know well through her presentations and through answering the hard questions that come with how we will monitor and how we'll track all of this, with support from some different networks and the Council of Great City Schools and some of her colleagues, is finalizing a tracker that will allow the public to see by pillar, that will be updated quarterly to look at those expenditures for how we are using the Learning Acceleration Support Plan to advance on student achievement. But Dr. Benitez, in alignment with what you're asking to, may help us to do some, in each board meeting, may help us to bring in some more specific information as well. And so we're down to just the last thinking where we're headed from here. So again, this plan is our plan. It comes with our own deadlines associated with it. And so we're working towards July 19th, publication of final cost estimate to the pillars and the projects that will be in the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan. And then by August 1st, we'll have a professional version that incorporates all of the presentations that have been done in public, incorporates feedback that we've been able to take from the community, things that perhaps we were not able to fund in the LCAP, but that we're able to put into our Learning Acceleration and Support Plan. Will be loaded to the district website along with that tracker. And so the public can look forward to a printable version that they can take off and use if they're going to their school and want to know something about a program, or if they want to interact with board members or our staff, they'll have something to refer to that is a compilation of all of the details that have been provided in the board sessions. And so that concludes tonight's walking through district budget, the LCAP, and then the fourth pillar of the Learning Acceleration and Support Plan. Any of us are happy to take questions if there are questions before we move on in the agenda.
Mr. Miller.
Just a timing question. I know Yumi was telling us earlier, so we're still waiting on the confirmed dollar amount for can you give me the proper language? I don't want to mess this up here. Yeah.
Yes, our revenues. So the state budget, they're still going through budget deliberations at the state level.
Mm-hmm.
They will finalize the funding for education in that budget, and then we have 45 days upon the governor signing the budget for us to include any material revisions to our budget, and we'll bring that back to you for approval.
And the date is what I was more concerned about. What's the date or deadline? I mean, do we have an exact time?
In terms of the state budget being passed,
yeah,
it will happen probably within the next week.
Okay.
They're getting very close.
Okay. I was just curious about the timing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, if there are no further questions, we will move on. Thank you again for that presentation. We move to business items. Personnel, Mr. Miller.
All right, thank you. I present the following proposed actions prepared by the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resource Services, approved and recommended by the Superintendent. First, classified and exempt personnel. Appointments, 84, leaves of absence, 17, resignations, 28, retirements, 14, amendments, 3. Certificated personnel. Appointments, 60, and service changes, 23, leaves of absence, 5, resignations, 11, retirements, 19, amendments, 4, rescissions, 3. Those are the approved recommendations.
Move to approve.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously. Instruction report.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously. Finance report A.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously. Finance Report B.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, Madam Chair, I recuse myself from participation in Finance Report B on the consent calendar. I have a potential financial interest under Government Code 1091 and 87100. My husband works for a subcontractor who's done work for the payees.
Any further discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So that motion passes 4-0 with one abstention. Business Department Report.
Move approval.
Second?
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously. Purchasing and Contracts Report A.
Move approval.
Second?
Discussion?
Yeah, I would just say this, that this was the most extensive list of purchasing and contracts, amendments to contracts, and everything else that I had seen since I had been on this board. And when I looked at it, I thought, oh my gosh, what is all this? And one contract went from $1 million to $2.5 million. And but we have a business committee meeting that walked through all of that, and I got all of my questions answered. I felt very comfortable. I even tried to figure out why one contract didn't seem, a legal contract for legal services was going to go to a particular lawyer, and I looked him up on the State Bar and he wasn't there, and we went to the meeting and they said, actually that's two different names for the lawyer, and so that's why you couldn't find him. So I'm very
Well, I don't think anybody's going to accuse you of not being thorough. Any further discussion?
Yeah,
Yes,
I
Ms.
just
Kerr.
wanted to acknowledge our agreement with the City of Long Beach, the Fire Department Marine Safety for the Junior Lifeguard Summer Program. I went to the Pride Lifeguard Tower reopening and got to meet our LBUSD interns. So we have 9 interns who are our LBUSD students. And what that does is it gives them experience working in marine safety in the fire department, which helps greatly with a talent pipeline. And so we have 16 kids who we are supporting through the JG program, as well as several others who have asked for financial support to be able to do the program. And that the new hires for ocean safety lifeguards, one of them is one of our partnership students from Cabrillo High School, who is now starting as an ocean lifeguard this summer. So I just wanted to point that out.
Oh, very good. Okay, all in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously. Purchasing and Contracts Report B.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I recuse myself from participation in Purchasing and Contract Report B on the consent calendar. I have a potential financial interest under Government Code 1091 and 87100. My husband does work for a subcontractor who has done work for the payee awardees.
Any further discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously. And now we move to superintendent items. Dr. Baker.
Thank you. Members of the board, I'm recommending expulsion for the following 2 students that will be taken for individual action. Student number 835, the student listed as student ID 835 would be expelled under education codes 48915A2 and 48915C2 and would not be eligible to apply for readmission until after January 27th, 2020.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously.
Second student, student ID 733, The student listed as student ID 733 would be expelled under Education Codes 48900M and would not be eligible to apply for readmission until after January 27th, 2022.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously. Unfinished business, we have none.
Ms. Craighead,
Oh,
I have
I'm
one
sorry.
more item.
Oh,
Administrative.
I skipped administrative
Thank you, and
assignments.
it's actually good news. So on a lighter note, I have the pleasure of making recommendations for the following administrative assignments. The first is in the Early Learning and Elementary Schools Division, Allison Rayburn from Teacher on Special Assignment to Assistant Principal at Longfellow. Also in the Early Learning and Elementary Schools Division, Juan Gonzalez from Assistant Principal Lincoln to Administrative Assistant in the Elementary Office. That's a change in percentage for Mr. Gonzalez. In the Middle and K-8 Schools Division, Jennifer Kolb from Teacher at Jefferson to Assistant Principal at Franklin. Rebecca Neo, a new hire, to Assistant Principal at Hamilton. And Karen Grunst, Assistant Principal at Muir and Hart to Assistant Principal 100% at Muir. At the non-level, Lucy Salazar from Director Organizational Equity Engagement to Director of Equity Engagement and Partnerships. And James Suarez, Assistant Director currently in the Eaker office to Special Assistant to the Superintendent, Office of Superintendent. All of these are effective on the date noted in the agenda.
So we need a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes, Madam President, just a big shout out to the new assignments, particularly Dr. Kolb at Franklin, who made some magic happen a few weekends ago with a community building food distribution event. So I actually got to see her in action, her and the entire staff at Franklin. So congratulations, Dr. Kolb.
Oh, very good. All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously. Well, we've established we have no unfinished business. But new business, local control and accountability plan.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion?
Yay.
Well said, thank you. All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Oh, sorry. Aye,
yeah.
Yay, I vote aye.
A lot of the same letters. Okay, Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously. It's getting late, folks. We're getting punchy. Adoption of the district's budget for fiscal year 2021-2022.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion?
Yay. No. Also, in all seriousness, I want to thank the team, all of the team, for continued engagement around the budget for months. And not just telling us numbers and reporting back, but talking to us about rationale, really hearing people and telling us the why we spend the dollars we have the way we do. I feel more informed about the budget than I ever have, and I'm really grateful for the time that you took to walk us through it.
Yeah, and I would second that, and I kept going back because I wasn't sure I understood something, and I'd get more explanations, and it was almost an architectonic experience to see how this all fit together. I remember when I first heard about the local control and accountability plan and how we had we had gotten sued, and there was a settlement, and we had to incorporate all the rest of this, but it was a great process, really a good process.
Dr. Benitez.
I third that, Mr. Otto, and I, in addition, as part of thanking our team, just acknowledging every single person, community member that participated in our budget engagement process, that called in, that emailed us, public comment, thought exchange, right? The district spaces.
Hit the like button on the thought exchange.
Yeah. All the spaces where, you know, tough to participate right now in our systems, but an acknowledgement that our budget reflects in the most intentional way how important community voice is in helping to make decisions over that $1.1 billion, Dr. Baker. So thank you to our community stakeholders.
Yay.
I'd just add something to that I think is important, and Yumi said it, but just said it really quickly, that budget engagement is a year-round process. And so for folks who tonight are thinking, well, did they hear me and I haven't seen something that I keep hearing community talk about, this is a year-round process for us. And so because you approved the budget tonight does not mean that things will not be added, changed, and we will be as public as we can about that, starting with the 45 days after the approved budget.
No, and the only thing that was left out in this discussion of well, we've got 45 days after they pass the budget to make some changes, and then we'll have a budget, but then there could be a recall, and then God only knows where we would be and how things would change. So we're right on schedule.
Wow, Mr. Otto. So even more reason for our community to stay engaged and vigilant in statewide politics as well.
But let's stay engaged with our agenda. And we have a motion, so Dr. Benitez.
Yay again, aye again.
Ms. Kerr.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Otto. Mr.
Aye.
Miller. I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously. Candidates for graduation.
That's a fun one. I move approval.
Second.
Discussion?
5,143 students graduating from LBUSD.
Right? When I saw that number, I was pretty taken back. Really cool stuff. Really, really
Yeah.
cool stuff. I went to a couple graduations myself. It was a humbling experience. I felt like a teenager again at some points, but all the campuses that I visited, they did great jobs with their graduations, and I hope that we gave all of our students the memorable moment that they're all looking forward to. They were looking forward to. So,
Great.
yeah.
Okay, all in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Yay. Yes. Aye.
I think we're getting dyslexic. I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously. Comprehensive school safety plan.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously. Approve additional members to the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion. I would just like to thank the two new members, Katie Gonzalez and Jennifer Yates, for stepping up and serving on the committee. Their voices are very much appreciated. All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously. Resolution 062321-A, approving the proposed project and adopting the initial study and mitigated negative declaration for Woodrow Wilson High School Aquatic Center project.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion.
Yeah, I would just make one point, because it's in my district, but this is a pool complex that is going to be built with a 50-meter pool on the area on the west side of Eximino on 7th Street up to where about the tennis courts are. And it's a great addition. It will create additional space where the old natatorium was to do other things at Wilson High School. And I read the documents, and it's a great project.
And Mr. Miranda, would you like to speak to this motion?
Mr. Otto had great points there. It is a great project. So we're very excited to kick this off. One of the requirements for us with respect to large-scale capital improvement projects is demonstrating compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. So that's what this report is here. This board action would entail just approval to demonstrate that we did in fact comply with CEQA. It also sets forth the project scope for the record and in terms of CEQA. So of course that entails an outdoor swimming complex, 51.5 meter pool, so it's rather large. Really houses not just athletic events, but also PE events, community used events. It's really to the benefit of a large number of folks out there. Also includes locker rooms, team rooms, coaches' offices, restrooms, bleachers, lighting, and a sound system. So it's quite the large project as well. We're very proud of the fact that we also sought out quite a bit of feedback from all the various user groups. So Wilson Pool will serve as the first of these 51.5 meter pools for the district. We'll then embark on similar projects across the other comprehensive high schools in the district. So we sought out feedback from coaches, athletic directors, PE teachers, students, and representation from each of those high schools as well via this focus group. So they helped in the development of the plan as you see it today. In terms of CEQA, just to kind of speak to the boring aspect of it here, we prepared an initial study. The study really directed us towards a mitigated negative declaration, which basically states that provided we implement each of those mitigation measures, the project is in fact in compliance. Some of the highlights there, it's a lengthy report, but some of the highlights basically entail our response to a few public comments we received. One was from a cultural tribe. So really they want to ensure that we follow the proper protocol for notifications if in fact we encounter an artifact or a fossil or something that's tribal out there as well. And then also the implementation of a 10-foot concrete masonry wall along the west perimeter of the project, so closest to Bennett Avenue out there, with a sound system, with a number of events to be hosted at this site. It really behooves us to add that wall just as to reduce the noise impacts on the community as well. So those were the highlights, and this is the resolution before you this evening.
I have two people reaching for their mics, Ms. Kerr and then Dr. Benitez, excuse me.
Two things. So it's 51.5 meters. So that means they could use it as a long course, a 50-meter course, instead of just a 25-meter?
We have options there.
Ha-ha. I had a swimmer, so that's interesting. And you also said multiple high schools. So did you pull all of the high schools together that will get a pool, and so this becomes sort of the prototype that we would use at the other schools as well?
That's right on.
And took their input as well?
So we sought out their input, created a focus group, large group at that, but we really secured quite a bit of feedback.
That's great. Thank you.
And Mr. Miranda, you also mentioned, you didn't mention it. I think it would be good to mention that this is also the second project after Jordan that falls within our community workforce development agreement. All right?
That's correct. You read my mind, Dr. Benitez. So,
you left it out. I give you a chance, David.
So the first project under the community workforce development agreement will be before you within the next month or so. That project's slated to break ground over at Jordan this August. But the second will break ground next summer, and that's the Wilson Aquatic Center.
Great, thank you. Do we have any more questions or? Okay, good. All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that motion passes unanimously. Resolution 062321-B to declare 999 Atlantic Avenue, Long Beach, California, 90813, and 4310 Long Beach Boulevard, Long Beach, California, 90807 surplus property, and to begin the disposition process.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Okay, Ms. Kerr.
Just a quick question. So this starts the process of us being able to then talk about potentially a waiver or terms of sale or the things that we want to see potentially after that we have to do this step first, and that conversation is to come,
Correct. So this would be the first, if not next step, really starts the process in terms of public offerings, which entails certain posting requirements, certain time restriction requirements, and then we engage in those very next steps as well with respect to a potential waiver.
Okay, somewhere in the resolution it mentions a timeline required by law for the, yeah.
There is. So with the public offerings, there's certain posting requirements. There's official letters we have to send out to certain agencies, local agencies. These public offerings come with very specific timelines. So with certain agencies, we have to offer up or open up that window for about 40 days. With others, it's 60 days. So it's going to be a stretch of time here. We'll be before you likely in a few months, just to entertain the waiver and also to discuss potential criteria for what we want to see going forward.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Otto?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So hearing no opposition or abstentions, that passes unanimously. Unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Miranda. Almost got that out. Return to in-person board meetings. Dr. Baker, would you like to start that conversation?
Sure. Excuse me. Sure. Thank you, Mrs. Craighead. So this is an information item to allow for discussion and direction to me around the return to full in-person board meetings. And so as we end more than 15 months of mostly virtual meetings, we are on July 19th returning to in-person meetings. And so our standard would be to stay on the same schedule, the 5 o'clock start time, in our headquarters building in board chambers at 1515 Hughes Way in the community room, which would include in-person testimony for members of the public who want to speak on items listed on the agenda or items not listed on the agenda. And so important tonight, just as, again, not voting, but information item for you to provide advisement to me and to staff around your desires, if not, to return to our standard protocol of time and place. And so I'll open up for an opportunity to discuss that. And also just want to acknowledge, as it states in the new business item, that the board is developing many plans for how to be more community engaged and how to go out into the community in the months ahead relative to the district's vision as we think about the release of a new strategic plan next year. And so the board meeting is just one component of a much larger opportunity for community engagement. It's the component that is the business of the board in public and an opportunity for the public to participate in that business, but just one part of a bigger picture. And so tonight's an opportunity just for you all to talk about your interests and to advise us.
Ms. Kerr.
Thank you. I want to thank the media services team who has helped make this really bumpy year smooth. The commitment to ASL translation to live Spanish and Khmer translation has been really important to our community, and it has been a really heavy lift. So to all the folks behind the scenes who are still here at 9 o'clock, who probably started really early, thank you for the work that you've done over the year to support us being able to engage with the public. I'm really grateful for that. I'm sure we'll have a conversation. I think for me, it's important whether we return to our board building. I appreciate that Browning is a little more accessible for folks. I appreciate that it's a little more centrally located. And so I want to hear what my colleagues have to say about that. I think something that's important for me next year is that we have a stable location, that we've had a lot of movement and a lot of different things. So if we're going to consider a different site from the board building, that we commit to a site so that we're not constantly having to communicate where we are, because I fear that as people try to engage, if they read the wrong message, then they might show up to the wrong place. And after a really unstable year, I think having some stability about location would be important for me. And just if we were to look and potentially stay in this space, I would really like to look at people. And so how do we reconfigure to be able to have the public with us if we don't return in a way that we're face-to-face? But stability, irrespective of location, I think is important for me, at least for the next year.
I am going to weigh in on that also. I have to agree. I think after the instability of this past, year plus, having a stable place would be in our best interest. And I know we've talked about taking the meetings on the road and visiting different parts of the city, and maybe now is not the time to do that. Maybe we can revisit that a year from now when we've had an opportunity to stabilize. So I have to agree with you on that point that we should pick a spot and stay there for a while, and stability is called for at this time. Does anybody else have anything else? Because we're talking about location, time of meeting, what else did I write down? And the opportunity for public testimony. Mr. Otto?
Yeah, I agree that we need to have a stable location. I emphatically agree that that these are business meetings, and so rather than try and do all things at our meetings, including making them forums for public things, I don't know if you've noticed, but the meetings last kind of long already, and if we want to add a bunch of other stuff to it that in the interest of accommodating more people, I don't think that's particularly a good idea. We have fiduciary things that we do, we have strategic things that we do, we have things, and the fiduciary things include a lot of legal things that we have to do, and we've been kind of going at this for about 8 or 9 hours now, and so I think it's good to focus on the work that needs to be done, and like our superintendent said, we're finding other ways to get out into the community that seem to be successful, and that will create an impetus to do that. I'm agnostic as to whether it's here or at our headquarters, although this is more centrally located. I wonder if you could accommodate everybody and how you would do that, and whether that would interfere with the Browning work when school's back in session. So. But fortunately, we've got time to think about that since this is an informational item.
That's a very good point. Once school comes back into session, we are on a school campus. And this may be an imposition for our host school to have us come in twice a month and take over. I mean, if you look around, we are really taking over. And we have our committee meetings that start after lunch, and then we are here for the duration. It might be a good idea to go back to the Hughes Way building so that we are not imposing on this school campus. It has served us well in this critical time, but that may be something we consider. That's a good point also. Do we have any other direction for our superintendent?
I know we're not taking action tonight, but agree with the points that have been shared. I like it here for all the reasons that have already been mentioned, but I also like the acoustics in here if we're talking about practical sort of things. We've had folks present, so we can accommodate in-person testimony. I agree that right now may not be the time to make decisions about different locations, but at some point I think it is important if we, particularly for those folks that find it hard to get out to 1515 Hughes Way to make public comment. Even though we haven't opened up public comment to in person, we've had folks show up here. So again, I know we're not having that discussion, but I would support continuing to have our meetings here. I actually think it's great for students on this campus to know that we're having a school board meeting here. Who knows? Maybe they can even go from school to come and actively engage us here. Oh, that's right. We got the culinary arts here too. So some project-based learning through our school board meeting. So I would support, again, us picking a location. And if this is an option, to stay here at Browning with all the considerations that Board Member Kerr offered in terms of trying to reconfigure a more community-facing space in here.
Ms.
And I
Kerr,
know-
don't
I
talk
know
about
this is
dinner,
an
please.
informational item, but can I make a motion that we have dinner here every time we have?
I'm going to have to ask people not to mention dinner anymore. Ms. Kerr?
Yeah, I think my sentiments have been pretty clear, but my interest is actually on the latter. This is probably not a very good parallel here, but it at least helps me further explain the point here. Let's just use the example if I played for the Lakers and I'm LeBron James. My job is not necessarily to entertain the crowd. My job is to win basketball games. That's what they get hired to do, right? To win a basketball game for the Lakers. But they understand that there is a fan base behind the Lakers that also wants to see it. Therefore, you play it in a public venue. That's very similar to our roles, where, yes, we are here to do business. So that's what we should be focused on, the business of our roles. But as elected officials for one of the largest cities in the county, we're responsible to be accessible and make these spaces accessible to those people. And I think that by doing it in a more accessible way, I don't know what that necessarily is. Maybe it is my suggestion of a traveling meeting, or maybe it's changing the time. But I do want to recognize that, yes, this space is for business. I don't want to lose that. But if we also lose sight of the people that we represent, then what are we doing?
Good point. Ms. Kerr?
Yeah, and just to speak to the point of how do we engage the public then, obviously we know, similar to how it's been done in the past, pre-pandemic and the before times, that we would have space to accommodate people. They could come and speak for public comment. And on that note, I'm hesitant to have, I think having people come for public comment is super important and engaging with us. But I think I'll speak for myself. I've experienced the telephone system is good in some respects and not good in others. And I feel like if we were to juggle how do we do two systems of engagement might be difficult. So wholly welcome, embrace folks who come in to speak with us, and perhaps instead of a phone system, setting up a separate email account, comment@lbschools.net, that allows people to submit comments in whatever language is comfortable with for the public record. We would be provided with those emails as well as translations in the language that would work, so that people don't feel the burden of needing to communicate in English if that's not what they're comfortable doing. And then getting us those comments in a similar way that we do the phone system, but having a dedicated email line, not necessarily just going to the board secretary, but one that is as easy as comment, that may pre-populate their name, agenda item, and number, and then non-agenda items, so that when they pull that up, they just fill it out in whatever is comfortable for them, and then we receive that for the public record. Not to be read into the record, but for us to have in front of us.
And since this is informational, we might want to think about what the cost is of having these meetings at this place as opposed to the other place, both from a technology point of view and from how it affects our staff in terms of what they do with their offices at the other location as opposed to here. Are they taken away? I think you could cost that out, and that would be good information to have.
Okay, and what are we feeling as far as the time of the meeting is concerned?
I have a sleep 3-year-old every time, so.
I'd like him to be shorter.
Okay, I'm not talking about the duration of the meetings. I'm talking about like a starting time. Is 5 o'clock a good starting time? Do we start at 3 o'clock and still go to 10 o'clock? I don't know.
Come on, Mr. Otto, I'm getting my second wind here. We can go a couple more hours. I would be against starting earlier because we have a lot of working families, and as it is, I think 5 o'clock is tough for some working families to make it out here. So I don't think it's a good idea for us to start earlier, unless there's some extenuating circumstance where on one occasion we would have to start earlier.
Okay, very good direction. I think that covers it. Thank you. Ooh, and then, so I'm going to move on to the equity policy development update. Dr. Brown.
Thank you. Thank you, President Craighead. It's an honor to share a continuing report of the work of the equity leadership team. We have been actively engaged now for several months in the process of developing an equity policy. We're meeting again tomorrow, which is an additional meeting for our third draft review. The document is really coming together very nicely and with really strong language that is reflective of the sentiment of the community and the people that have been participating on the group. And I want to emphasize that the document, as it stands right now, has been completely written by the equity leadership team. So we are going to be, I just wanted to briefly share with you kind of our timeline going forward, recognizing that at our board meeting on July 19th, I'll do a little bit longer presentation around process. We are going to be completing the document and moving out to community work groups to include students the weeks of July 6th through the 16th. We will take that feedback back to the group and complete a final draft with edits the week of July 23rd. At our August 17th board workshop, we will have a presentation of the equity policy and the process that we've gone through that will be shared by members of the team making the presentation, and then we will be bringing the document to you for action on August 18th. So board workshop presentation on the 17th to allow for a bit more time for discussion, question and answer review, and then action by you on the night of August 18th. I also wanted to highlight that on July 27th, Dr. Nushin, who's a really amazing part of our community, we're so fortunate to have an expert like her in our community. She will be facilitating a retreat for the equity leadership team, and at that retreat, we will plan what our next year will look like. We came together as a group with a commitment of 2 years by the members. Our first task was to develop the equity policy. We will land that task on August 18th. And so Dr. Nushin will help us on July 27th lay out what our work will look like for the year going forward.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. That sounds wonderful, and we look forward to that. Now we are at report of board members. We'll start with Ms. Kerr.
Yes, and it's late, so I will be brief. Yay to the grads. We talked a lot about that. I went to 6 graduations last week. God, every student who came across that stage has a different story of how they got there and how they celebrated. And so to all of the students who showed up and got there, to the ones who expressed themselves through their mortar boards or their stoles or their sashes. The prom king had his sash on at one of the graduations. To all of you, congratulations. We are so proud of you. We talk about college and career ready. I just want to read this brief thing. We have several high schools, Cabrillo, Jordan McBride, Polly Wilson, and Sato, that have programs that fall under the U.S. Department of Labor, OSHA training. So the U.S. Department of Labor's Occupational and Safety and Health Administration provides outreach training program, OSHA 10, for entry-level workers on the recognition, avoidance, abatement, and prevention of safety and health hazards in workplaces in general industry settings. Through this federally recognized training and certification program, OSHA promotes workplace safety and health. Training allows workers who are our students to be more knowledgeable about workplace safety and health, overall workplace hazards, workers' rights, and employers' responsibilities. This year, 2021 school year, 316 LBUSD high school students enrolled in our engineering, medical, and fire science programs earned this OSHA certification. So they walk out the door with their diploma and a certification that is applicable right away. So kudos to those 316 students and to Chris Clifton, who helps coordinate that.
Thank you. Dr. Benitez.
I'll be brief as well. Just wanted to thank, again, folks that called in for public comment and our CAC here and thank the presenters today with the recommendations. I want to highlight an awesome event, Brian, last Friday at Chavez Elementary School, sort of a community building event with three purposes. One is an acknowledgement and congratulatory event that we finished the school year strong, and particularly in those communities that have been hardest hit by our pandemic. The other purpose was to kick off the summer on the right foot, right? And so the event happened right after the updated COVID restrictions up to the 15th. So we gathered, what do you think, Brian? A couple 150 people out there. And then the third purpose was to highlight the dual immersion program at Chavez. So we had community groups, and I'll thank them right now. We screened Raya and the Last Dragon outdoors with an inflatable screen. We had the Children's Clinic bring out a mobile vaccination unit out there, so folks got vaccinated, got some free paletas, watched the movie, hung out with Long Beach Forward. Thank you, Days Long Beach. Thank you. I already named the Children's Clinic. The Long Beach Landmark Theater Company performed I'm gonna lose the title. It's the tree story. Help me out, someone in here. The Great K-Pop. Thank you, Dr. Len. Did a bilingual performance of the Great K-Pop tree. So thank you, Long Beach Theater, Landmark Theater Company. I'm missing someone here. Councilwoman Sendejas. Thank you, Brian. Co-sponsored the event. So great community building event. I should read my notes here, President Craighead, but I'm trying to wing it. And thank you to Ms. Ocampo and the Chavez staff as well. And then a special shout out to Mr. Moskovitz here who came out. I don't know if you ended up having a paleta or not that night. And I think Brian doubted, we had 300 paletas. I think Brian doubted that everyone was going to be eaten. And in the first hour and a half, gone. 300 Mexican style.
I will have to say, Dr. Benitez was the one actually handing out the paleta. So he was out there with his little cart handing it out. It was pretty awesome to see.
That's right. So thank you, Chavez community and Chavez Elementary School. Did
they say Benitez for school board?
Ooh, that would have been the smart thing to do, but I didn't do that, Doug. Imagine
your counsel would have said it would have been illegal.
No, it clearly did not say that, and he would not have done that.
You had some too.
Office hours, community. I'm hosting my last virtual community office hours for this school year next Wednesday at 6 p.m. So just, check out social media for how to RSVP. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Otto.
I think I said earlier tonight, it might have been in closed session, so cut me off, Brent, if I say something that occurred in closed session, but that when I got on the board, I was trying to figure out how to get to learn these things, and I talked to somebody who said, just go to meetings for 6 months, and you'll figure it out, and it'll work, and I thought, yeah, that's kind of right, but you know what? What you do is you go to graduation, and you get it. And what I mean, not just kind of get the way that it works, but you get to talk to staff because they're all out there, and it's just So that was my epiphany this week. I went to 5 graduations, and it was they were all moving, great, get you out of yourself, out of your element, and so that's my takeaway from this week. I'm looking forward to learning more stuff this summer, reading these things and getting to know it. But it was it's very it's why we're here, and it was so good to get to talk to staff and walk. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
All right. Well, first, we had the second most important holiday of the year go by a couple of days ago, and Father's Day. So I wanted to send a special Father's Day to everyone. My wife got me a fancy new suitcase I was pretty proud of. So.
And thank you for having your priorities in order. It's the second most.
Second most, yes. I'm not a crazy man. I might be silly, but I'm not a crazy man. Second, obviously the summers are some of the toughest time of the year for at least the people in my community, because having childcare while you're off at work. And so there's a number of programs that we have, obviously through the district, but there's also a couple of programs being hosted. One in particular that I'm very familiar with is called Freedom School. And Freedom School is a reading comprehension program. It's a 6-week-long program hosted at one of our campuses in Lindbergh. I'm familiar because I used to be they use college interns to host the classes, and I was one of those college interns 20 plus years ago. But it was a really, really cool opportunity, and it had both great opportunities to build connection with people from all over the city, but it was also very I'll use the term culturally appropriate reading material, as there is a large amount of culturally infused activities within the program. So it's a really, really great opportunity. You can find an application to Freedom School at successinChallenges.com. Like I said, it is completely free. It is one of those programs that I highly, highly endorse, and so I just wanted to share that with everyone. And last but not least, we had a really cool event in the city of Long Beach last weekend. I'm going to call it a party. It was more than an event, and it was the Juneteenth celebration in downtown Long Beach. It was rejuvenated, and it was, me and Megan were partying hard up there. We had a really good time. So I was really proud of Carl Kemp, who put the program on, along with a large team of folks. So it was really, really impressive, and I wanted to say thank you to everybody who showed up. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that earlier we had Erica Dawson, who's the president of Long Beach Council PTA, talk about different things, and she quickly mentioned that our Teacher of the Year for Long Beach Council PTA was Mr. Patrick Gillogly. This is a hard name to pronounce. He's a poly teacher. Very hard name to pronounce. There's L's and O's and G's, anyhow. And he was given a $300 grant. The reason he was named Teacher of the Year is because one of his students wrote an essay, and so her essay was the winning essay, and she's somebody we're familiar with because we've seen her. Her name is Diana Michelson, and she's part of the Green Schools campaign. And just a teeny snippet of her essay, Mr. Gillogly's power of positive thinking has worked its way into all of his students. So I wanted to share that. Also, graduations. I attended the CAMS graduation where it looked like the AP stoles were part of the robe ensemble. I don't remember seeing any of the students without the AP stole. Very exciting graduation for a few reasons. It was Dr. Baker's first graduation as superintendent of our school system. That was touching. That was very touching. Also, Mr. Miller, you gave an address to the students, and I have to say, you're natural at public speaking. You are, and you were so wonderful. And I thought, I think he lied to me. I don't think that was his first time. It was really wonderful. And then also, I attended the graduation for the School for Adults, and just a kudos to Debbie Broadway and the staff at our school, our Long Beach School for Adults. It was a walk-through graduation. It was a personal graduation for 59 students. Dr. Camarino was there, Mr. Ed Samuels. A personal graduation for 59 students. They were able to accomplish that within an hour and 15 minutes. Maybe they should plan our meetings. I'm not sure. But fabulous, and it makes me think it would be wonderful to have Miss Broadway come either to a meeting or a workshop and tell us about the wonderful things that are happening with our School for Adults. Let's see. So, Dr. Baker, Superintendent's report.
Thank you. I'm going to take a few minutes just to do a couple of different announcements that I'd like to do. First, I want to just acknowledge the 140 retirees that you have approved their retirements in the most recent board meetings. We're missing them this year and last year. By not being able to have them in person, we missed the opportunity to just think about the profession of education, the beauty of the profession, what it means to people's lives, in addition to what it means to our students. So I just want to acknowledge that. We also have an iconic member of the Long Beach Unified Team in the room who is retiring. So I'd like, Ron Hoppy, you're back there. Can you please stand and let us thank you for your many years of service to this district? Thank you. Ron the Builder, as you're being called. I want to let you all know and the public to know that we have loaded our first annual report up to the homepage of the district website. It can be found at the bottom of the homepage, as well as all of the presentations on the Learning Acceleration Support Plan there's an icon on the homepage that the public can access those board reports or the staff reports on the homepage. And then a couple other things. On Monday, we start our summer programming. And last count, and anybody is welcome to chime in, we have about 12,000 students who we're looking forward to seeing beginning on June 28th for extended school year, for enrichment, for acceleration and support across K-12 schools. And so you all have information about what's going on different campuses. I know our team welcomes the opportunity to take you out to schools, or you're welcome to stop by schools. So we will have 12,000 plus students in our buildings starting on Monday, and we're excited about that opportunity. Some of those students have not been on a campus yet, so they're returning. It's an on-ramp to coming back to school in a way that might feel a little bit less difficult than coming back during the school year. So lots of STEAM and STEM opportunities, some physical education, and fun that's going to happen. Also, and Megan, you mentioned this, but our partnership with the city. So we have pools open for students because of our partnership with the city, as well as junior guards. And I'm grateful to be in a city that values that access for all students and to be able to fund part of that on behalf of our students. And then lastly, this might seem like minutia to some people, but effective the July meeting, we will be making a transition to using board docs for our board meeting agendas and the accompanying documents. So it's a big deal for us. Letitia Rodriguez, Irma in the business office, Yumi and I and others have been in the planning stages for multiple months. And so this will be an opportunity for us to go to an electronic system for our board meeting documents. And that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. Do we have any announcements? Great. Then without any opposition, we will adjourn. Yay.